is our chair for the session Innovation and Management, Information Technology, Artificial Intelligence, and Machine Learning. First chair for the session are Dr. Divya Vijay.
Data under Bureau Distribution, author Vajala Ravi, Gurpreet Grover, and Grishma. You have your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Grishma Nair, and I will be presenting my paper titled Analysis of Type 1 Censored Competing Risk Data under the BER12 distribution. This is the table of contents, and this is how we'll be proceeding with the presentation. Let me begin with just briefly explaining what competing risk is. Competing risk is a situation where an individual can experience more than one type of an event or risks. Let's consider an example of a diabetic patient where he is exposed to the risk of dying due to, say, renal diseases, or he may have a heart stroke, or he may have, he can just walk on the road and face an accident. And all these are risks which are competing against each other to take that person's life. This scenario is called the competing risk scenario, and these risks are called the competing risks. Most commonly, competing risks have been studied using the exponential and Weibull distributions. In this paper, we'll be studying the competing risk model under the type 1 sensor data using BERT12 distribution. In 1942, Irving Burr suggested the use of cumulative frequency functions to obtain the PDFs because he believed that obtaining PDFs from CDF is more easier rather than going through a difficult integration process. And he provided a 12th set of CDFs, out of which the 12th CDF is what we are using here. The CDF and the PDF are displayed over here for the information. So Burr distribution is a heavy tail distribution, and it has been widely used in the areas of quality control, reliability studies, and failure time modeling. Now the question is, why Burr distribution when exponential and Weibull distributions have been used so often? So most of the times it happens that our data contains a lot of extreme values, and to model this, we need heavier tails in our distribution. So if we consider the example, say where we are considering the event of interest where recurrence of brain tumor in patients who are under remission, or death due to post-COVID complications in people who have recovered from COVID. Or if we go back to a diabetic example, people who have diabetes, they may take a long time to develop that renal disease. So our data may contain extreme values and not just short-term values. So in this situation, we require plenty of probability in the tail of heavy tail distributions. In these situations, classical distributions may not provide a good fit to our data. We can see that we have used a comparison for the exponential, Weibull, and Burr distribution here. And we observe here that the exponential distribution's survival function reaches 0 the fastest, followed by the Weibull distribution, and then the BERT12 distribution. So we can conclude here that in the presence of extreme values in the sample under study, heavy tail distribution is a better alternative than the classical distributions. So when there are lesser extreme values in our sample, a heavy tail distribution like Weibull may suffice. But when we have more extreme values in our sample, a BERT12 distribution may be more in order. So the methods that we've used in our paper is the maximum likelihood estimation technique, where we've obtained the maximum likelihood estimates. We've also obtained the asymptotic confidence intervals, followed by Bayesian estimation technique. Moving on to the part of data analysis, we have tried to assess our developed model through simulation studies, and these are the assumptions that we've used under simulation studies. In our simulation, we are considering two different censoring schemes to study if the time of censoring causes any changes to our results, or is it affecting our. So the first thing that we observed is that a modest reduction in the predetermined study termination time T from 1.2 to 0.9 leads to a substantial increase in the average censoring percentage, and it jumps from 4.5% to approximately 4.5% to 19.5%. This highlights the sensitivity of results to variations in the termination time T, suggesting the importance of careful consideration when setting this particular parameter. We can see here the maximum likelihood estimates and their standard errors under the two different censoring schemes. And we observe here that there's a marginal decrease in the standard error of the MLE estimates when the average censoring percentage is lower. Also, the maximum likelihood estimates obtained in the analysis exhibit consistency with the assumed values here. This alignment indicates that the MLE method is capturing the underlying characteristics of the data quite accurately, reinforcing the reliability of our assumptions in the modeling process. We can also see the trace plots, which reveal a promising convergence pattern indicating that our maximum likelihood estimation process is stabilizing around the assumed values. We see here the Bayesian estimates for the simulated data set where we've assumed gamma priors. In general, it is observed that as sample size increases, the efficiency of both the maximum likelihood estimates and the Bayesian estimates are increasing, owing to a substantial decrease in the standard errors and the MSEs. We can also see here the trace plots of the Bayesian estimates are also showing a reassuring convergence of the parameter estimates toward the assumed values. And this convergence serves as a positive indication of the stability and reliability of our Bayesian analysis. Based on the promising results of the simulated data sets, we now apply our model to a real data set. This real life data set was originally reported by David G. Hole, where failure times and the respective causes of failure for 82 male mice were recorded. In our paper, we are considering only two causes of death, the first cause being thymic lymphoma and the second being other causes. So the first thing that we have to check over here is whether the data fits, whether BERT12 distribution is a good fit to our data. So the first hypothesis we're testing here is whether BERT12 distribution is a good fit to the data or not. To check this, we have used the Kolmogorov-Smirnov goodness of fit test, and we see that BERT12 distribution is a good fit to our data set. We have also plotted the graph of the fitted and the assumed survival function for both the causes of in the next slide, we see the maximum likelihood estimates and the Bayesian estimates for the real data sets that have been obtained, followed by their standard errors and their mean square errors and credible intervals. Based on the analysis, we see here that based on our analysis and the results obtained, and using the invariance property of the maximum likelihood estimates, we obtain the mean lifetime under both causes of failure. And we can conclude here that the risk of dying due to cause 1, which was thymic lymphoma, is higher than the risk of dying due to any other causes. Some of the general observations from the simulation studies that we have conducted and the real data set that we have analyzed. The simulation data set tells us that we should give careful thought to the choice of the predetermined time, t, that is the time of termination of the study, as there are indications that it influences the efficiency of our classical estimates. Also, it is safe to conclude that even though both MLA and Bayesian estimates are performing well, the performance of the maximum likelihood estimates are more preferable in our case. Also, from the real data set, we can conclude that our conclusion that thymic lymphoma being more severe aligns with the conclusions drawn in earlier studies that have used this, that have analyzed the same data set. Also, we observed that the mean lifetimes under other causes was approximately 2.5 times that of the mean lifetimes under thymic lymphoma when exponential distribution was considered. And mean lifetimes under other causes was approximately 1.6 times that of the mean lifetimes under thymic lymphoma when Weibull distribution had been assumed. So, we could conclude that in the presence of extreme values in our dataset, use of exponential or Weibull distribution can lead to slight overestimation of mean lifetimes. As in our case, this was on the mean lifetime under other causes is approximately only 1.04 times more than the mean lifetimes under cause 1. Some future trajectories that can be considered here is we can extend this study to include multiple causes of failure rather than just 2 causes of failure. Also, it would be quite interesting to observe the efficiency of the Bayesian estimates when we use different gamma parameters in the prior distribution, or we have some other prior distribution, we assume some other prior distributions. Thank you so much. type 2 and other causes, right? So they don't think other causes lying to the extremity because then only birth time will be typical, but they think of the extremity. Yes, ma'am. Other causes might not take into account the extremities point.
So, what justification can you?
Well, because other causes, we don't know exactly which particular cause. It can be any n number of causes that are happening because it's
That
a
means
very
you are
wide.
taking multiple causes again,
Yes.
and the one which you were projecting that you will take it as a future study.
Mhm.
Indirectly, you have taken that in your research.
No, ma'am, because right now, see, to do computations for more than two causes is more complicated right now. So we have tried to establish a two cause study, and we can try to include more risks in rather than just taking other causes. We can try to include more, but our focus over here was the cause one, thymic lymphoma.
All right.
You have taken as like n is equal to 30 and till 150.
Yes.
And in your table, can you show me?
Um, this one. You want the MLE estimates? Mm-hmm. Ma'am, here we observe that it. It's not like either increasing or decreasing. It's like fluctuating. Ma'am, actually, the thing is, the MLE estimates were being more affected by a change in the sample size, but Bayesian estimates were not being affected too much. And like doing a simulation study results, ma'am. If I again run the simulation, the results may change actually based on the sample size. Sure. Thank you so much. Okay, just remove the pen drive.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am. Next presentation is paper IU 26, paper named Reliability Analysis for Smart Food System, Formal Approach for Verification. That's not health transfer, manage food, and market for share your screen.
Yes. Hello, sir. My screen is shared or not?
No, sir, your screen is not shared and your voice is audible.
My voice is audible or
Yes, sir, your voice is audible.
just a minute? Just a minute. Just a minute. Sharing.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
So if you are having any technical issue, we can carry for the next person. You can come again.
So just give me 1 second. I just try some sharing.
So because there is a time limit, we've got only 6 minutes for presentation. Okay, sir. It's
So
visible.
now it's
Yes,
visible.
sir.
Okay.
Presentation is visible, and you have only 6 minutes to present and 4 minutes for Q&A.
Okay. So this basically my topic is reliability analysis of for a smart grid system. For it is basically consisting of the formal approach for verification of a smart grid system. Okay. So let's start with content of my slides. So basically, my presentation contains these things. It is having the abstract introduction portion, literature survey portion, objective research work, conclusion, and references. So basically, a smart grid is what it is a fund. Smart grid is a fundamental example of a cyber physical system. Uh, it consists of your wire, transformer, substation, smart meter, etc. Okay, so basically in this paper we are presenting the formal approach for verifying the smart grid, and this can be done by the two method. One is called as a by modeling, and another method is we are proposing in this paper, that is a calculus for a smart grid system. So let's begin with the introduction portion. So, what is a formal verification? The first thing is what is a formal verification? Formal verification is a method of proving or disproving the correctness of the system. So, basically, in a smart grid, a formal method can be applied for verifying its various property. Okay, and this is a diagram of the smart grid. It consists of the some power generation portion, transmission portion, substation, distribution, and customer demand side. So, these are the some basic components of your smart grid. So basically, in formal method, there are two approaches for verifying the system. One is called as one approach for verifying the system is with the help of a model checker. In this model checker, it takes some states, and after analyzing it verify whether the state is accessible or not. So, but the major problem in this model checker is that it is suffering from the state space explosion problem, because when the number of state is too much, when the number of state is too much, so the thing is that at that time it is not able to identify all the stated. So another approach of the verification is that it can be done with the help of a calculus. Calculus is what it is basically having some proofs. Okay, on the basis of some mathematical proof, you can verify the various property of the system. So basically, we are taking the two approaches. One is model checker approach for verifying the smart grid system, and another approach is what taking the calculus portion. So these are the literature survey. We have gone through many numbers of model checkers like MRMC, PRISM model checker, SPIM, Opal, Romeo, and their various contribution in the smart grid portion. Okay, their contribution in the smart grid portion. Next, in literature survey, we have gone through various process calculus. These process calculus is proposed by many of the author, and every process calculus is having some specific property. Some it is used for verifying some other things. Okay, so this is called as a literature survey. So these are number of calculus like cyber physical system calculus, dynamic network calculus, wireless sensor network calculus, pi calculus for smart grid, semantic tricks for IoT, formal approaches for cyber physical system approaches. Okay, so these are the objectives. So first objective of our this paper is that it is basically used for reliability analysis. So we are taking only one portion of smart grid, that is the advanced metering infrastructure of smart grid. And second objective of this paper is that we want to formulate a formal process calculus for the smart grid systems. Okay, so let's start with taking the first objective, that is a reliability analysis of advanced metering infrastructure. Basically, advanced metering infrastructure consists of the some things like it is having the meter health systems. Okay, it is having the some data collector portion. These things are present in the advanced metering infrastructure of this one. So we are verifying this advanced metering infrastructure with the help of a your PRISM model checker. PRISM model checker is basically a probability-based model checker. It is having some well-defined language and syntax. With the help of that syntax and language, you can identify the various states of your system. So this is a what basic. This is a what basic architecture of your advanced metering infrastructure. Advanced metering infrastructure is having management systems. It is having health and units. It is having some data collector and a smart meter. And this reliability can be calculated on the basis of the availability of the system, whether meter data management system is available, handheld system is available, or data collector is available. On the basis of their availability, we calculate the reliability. So we apply the PRINCE model checker on the advanced metering infrastructure, and we take the state-based model of this advanced metering infrastructure, and after that we have calculated the various state probabilities like MDMS, LN system, data collectors, and smart meters. So we obtained the probability, state probability of MDMS 96% available, which is sufficient for any smart grid systems. Okay. Next portion is that we have also represent the calculus for smart grid systems. So this calculus is basically a smart grid is a part of a cyber physical system. So it is having some physical component and some process portion. So any smart grid system or cyber physical system is represented with the help of E cross P, where E is a physical environment and this E can be represented with the help of some tuples. These tuples I have defined in this process calculus. It is defining the some state function actuators, evolution, sensor errors. These things we are defining this physical environment. Next, we are defining the process of the smart grid system. This process includes some process in different states of the process, when the process are nil state and ideal state, what are the recursive process. These things we have defined in this process portion. After that, we are defining the label transition system for process. Okay, so we are defining when the process read the things, when process write the things. These things are defined in the label transition system. Label transition system is basically what some process after receiving some input goes to the some another. So it is a basically ternary relation. After some applying some processes, or it move on to the next state. Like that, we are defining the label transition system for the process, and after that, we have defined the label system for the smart grid components like actuators, sensors. For that, we have defined the label transition system for the smart grid component. After that, we have proved with the help of bisimulation equivalence. We have proved some properties like time deterministic properties, maximal progress, and well-defined time properties. So these things we have defined in this calculus, and so this paper basically is presenting two things. One is the reliability analysis of your advanced metering infrastructure with the help of a PRINCE model checker, and we have proposes the basic calculus for the smart grid systems. Okay.
Presentation now.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So, any questions from chair?
Abhishek, I want to ask, is there any assumption on the basis of which you had made this? Like smart grid systems work upon two principles. So which principle you have taken up? And basically, what are the assumptions behind the building block of model?
Ma'am, basically this smart grid system is a very huge system because it is having the power generation, transmission, substation, distribution, and all that. So we are just only focusing on the distribution process to customer demand side management, and this portion is called as a advanced metering infrastructure. So I am just defining the advanced metering infrastructure, and for that I am taking some assumption. On the basis of that, we designed the state probability model by using the PRINCE model checker, and for that we have calculated the reliability. So this is one portion. And second thing is that calculus, if you take the, for example, isomorphism of a graph. So isomorphism of a graph is what? If graph is having the same vertex, same edges, then these two graphs are isomorphic. So calculus is like the advanced version of this proving techniques. It is basically taking some assumption, and on the basis of that, you can define some properties whether the system on this state can work or not. These things can be defined with the help of this calculus. Okay, so it is this paper is very early stage. Further, we can include much more thing in our calculus, like some cyber physical attack properties we can define here. More things we can also define in this paper.
Right. So you have just presented a theoretical framework. This has been implemented on any.
Basically, the cyber physical calculus calculus is existing. I am converting this cyber physical calculus because smart grid is a part of you can say sub part of your cyber physical system. So I am converting this cyber physical calculus to the smart grid calculus. The first thing is that, and the one portion that is called as the advanced metering infrastructure, that thing we are checking the reliability for that.
All right. All right.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
For presentation, sir, I would like to call next presenter, paper ID 37, paper name Sentiment Driven Forecasting Enhancing Cryptocurrency Price Prediction with PILSTM and Distil Bert. Author name is Shyama Gaur, Harshit Singh, and Nitin Sabsteva. Mode of presentation is online.
Uh, Ma'am, am I visible? And is my screen visible and
Yes,
audible?
you are visible and your voice is audible.
Thank you, thank you.
Present and 4 minutes for Q&A.
Okay. So, good afternoon, distinguished members of the scientific community, esteemed colleagues, and respected participants. I stand before you today with great enthusiasm as I delve into the intricacies of our research paper presented in paper ID 37, which is titled as Sentiment Driven Forecasting Enhancing Cryptocurrency Price Prediction with BILSTM and Distilbert. So let's quickly jump on to today's agenda. Firstly, we'll be looking at the introduction, which will give us the research overview. Then we will be jumping on to the methodology, which will give us the description of the whole process. Then we will be looking at the results and the key findings of the research. And lastly, we will see the summary and the future scope. So let's start with the introduction. The motivation behind this project was the growing interest of youth in cryptocurrency and exploring various investment options amid a volatile market. The main challenge to us, uh, the main challenge that we faced was the traditional forecasting methods often failed to serve the main purpose of accurately predicting cryptocurrency prices. Our purpose was to develop a sentiment-driven forecasting model to improve accuracy so that so the general investor is provided with a better overall picture. The major innovations include leveraging sentiment analysis techniques to extract valuable insights from textual data sources such as the social media and news articles, and integrating sentiment analysis with deep learning models such as BILSTM and Distilbert to enhance the predictive accuracy and capture the market sentiment nonsense. Now coming on to the methodology, the first major step was data collection. We gathered real-time cryptocurrency price prediction data from various exchanges, then compiled the historical price data, trade volumes, and the market mood indicators. We also enhanced the data with microeconomic patterns and various legislative changes. The second main step was data pre-processing. We addressed all the outliers, normalized various features, and managed the missing data, organized times series data for sequential learning, and also applied sentiment analysis to extract uh, market sentiment from textual data. The third major step we followed was creating the model architecture. We utilized BILSTM, which is an extension of the long short-term memory. BILSTM stands for bidirectional LSTM. This model incorporates both past and future data for price prediction so that the model is constantly learning and the learning curve never becomes straight. We also integrated sentiment analysis using Distil, Bert, and Vader to capture sentiment nuances. The fourth major step was training and validation. We trained model with historical data and optimized various parameters. We also adjusted various hyperparameters to adjust the model learning rate. This slide represents the the coding flow of the methodology that I've proposed in the previous slide. Now quickly jumping on to the results. Here the table one represents the various parameters or variables we included in the dataset, which include namely time, high, low, open, volume from, volume to, and close. Table 2 represents the comparison between the earlier used LSTM and the later used BiLSTM models. We noticed a huge jump in accuracy when we switch to BiLSTM. For example, we can see a huge jump in both training and testing data. For example, the training accuracy went from 0.599 to 0.797, and the and similarly the testing accuracy as well. This slide represents the actual versus predicted values for Bitcoin cryptocurrency.
Excuse me, sir. So can you please wind up fast?
Yes. So the y-axis represents the price in terms of Canadian dollars, and the x-axis here represents the time. And similarly, we have predicted for various other cryptocurrencies such as USDT, Ethereum, Loom, and XRP. And this slide represents the results of the sentiment analysis of the cryptocurrency market. And here the respective emojis represent the respective sentiment. For example, the smiley is for a positive sentiment and a sad face is for a negative sentiment. So as we know, the market is currently down, so we can see a number of negative sentiments here. And finally, coming on to the summary, this is the basic summary of our research. And coming on to the future scope, we plan to refine the models by further optimization of model architectures and hyperparameters to enhance the accuracy. We also plan to incorporate emerging technologies such as quantum computing, DeFi, and various other technologies as well. And we also plan in integration of additional data sources. And yeah, these are some of the major references that we have used, and that is it for the presentation. Thank you.
Ma'am, would you like to ask some questions?
Yeah. Shama, I have two questions. One, do you think there is much scope of cryptocurrency in India? Point number one. Second, you have taken some parameters, right? How you came to those parameters? Like there are many parameters, like hash rate is one of the parameter to determine the factor of cryptocurrency. So, what was the motive that you took only those 5 or 6 parameters?
Ma'am, firstly, answering the first question, that personally, I believe that cryptocurrency is a emerging technology and people don't know much about it. Like currently, people only like to invest in stocks and gold. And so I think we should increase the awareness, and government should also promote it. Uh, like uh, I personally believe that it has a real scope, a good scope in India. And talking about the coming on to the parameters, looking at these parameters, we have selected them. We have generally selected these parameters like high, the highest value that can be determined for that time, and the lowest value, and volume from, volume to. Like we have just taken the general parameters which are used in, which can be highly which can be used for the prediction.
Okay, Shama, it's a suggestion. Whenever you are taking some parameters, do either go for some expert opinion or
Yes,
some literature review. Like these parameters can be zeroed down from some literature review. So that literature study is somewhat missing. And secondly, did you find your model significant?
yes, ma'am. The accuracies can be seen, and I consider that if a model is giving like 70 to 80% accuracy, then it is worth investing in, by looking at that.
Accuracy is different thing. Accuracy is being taken up using R square and all. But where is the significance of the model?
Ma'am, this the significance is we have also used like sentiment analysis, which lets us know the market trend.
Okay, so more mathematical modeling is required to determine the significance of your model. All right, so these are the two
Yes,
suggestions that can be incorporated. Okay,
yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
I'll surely look into that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to next paper ID 51. Paper named Reliability Estimation for a New Lifetime Model under Type 2 Censoring Scheme. Author Mr. Naresh Chandra. Mr. Naresh Chandra, are you there?
So you are not audible. So you may start. So you are not audible. Can you please start? So you are not audible. We are switching to our next paper ID. Paper ID 101. Flood assessment for lower Godavari Basin by using the application of GIS-based analytical hierarchy process. K. Reshma.
Hello. Is my screen visible and am I audible?
Yeah, it's visible and it's audible. You may start.
Thank you.
You have only 6 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to. This is K. Reshma, research scholar from Mahindra University, presenting on behalf of myself and Dr. Prabhakar Singh, associate professor from Mahindra University, on the topic flood assessment for lower Godavari Basin by using the applications of GIS-based analytical hierarchy process. Coming to the outline of my presentation, that is introduction, knowledge gap, objectives, study area, data, methodology, results, and conclusions. So coming to the introduction. The Godavari River, being the second largest river in India, is prone to frequent floods, which makes the complexity of the river to do the assessment of basin. So, several locations in the lower Godavari basin are susceptible to flooding due to the various natural hazards. The region is densely populated and has most important land features, making it vulnerable to the floods. Thus, the combined effect of hazards and vulnerability leads to the risk. Considering this strategic importance of the basin, a study is performed to assess flood risk in the lower Godavari basin. Traditional flood risk mapping approaches rely on ground surveys and physical observation, but such procedures are time consuming and expensive when they are widespread. Due to these adverse weather conditions, timely airborne inspections may be impossible. In such scenario, the concept of spatial data has been emerged, which makes the monitoring, understanding, and mitigation of the flood impacts even easier. This data provides spatial insights, facilitating informed decision making, enhancing the effectiveness of flood risk management efforts. Now, the criteria followed for this analysis is analytical hierarchy process, which is a multi-criteria decision-making process. This starts with the goal, which comes at the top of the hierarchy, and that hierarchy is further categorized into sub-criteria and alternatives. This is used because it provides a structured framework for decision making and prioritizing of strategies. Coming to the knowledge gap, minimal study on flood assessment by using the analytical hierarchy process on lower Godavari basin is done. The literature contains very few studies that integrate geographical information system with multi-criteria decision making for an occurrence of such a flood event. The main objectives of this study is to identify the influencing parameters related to flood hazard and flood vulnerability, to identify the influencing parameters related to evaluating flood hazard and flood vulnerability indices over different locations near the mouth of the river. Also, to calculate the flood risk index and generate flood risk index map for the study area. Coming to the study area, in the present study, it is considered to assess the risk from floods to which the lower region of the Godavari basin is susceptible that may occur due to the presence of flood hazards and the extent of flood vulnerability over the area. This study area is located in the coastal Andhra area. 33 stations that are proximate to the river Godavari are considered for detailed analysis with respect to flood risk susceptibility. Coming to the data, the source parameters, 9 parameters are considered, where 7 are for flood hazard and 2 are for flood vulnerability. Except rainfall, others everything are taken from the government website, that Government of India website, that is Bhuvan. The spatial data has been further analyzed and the parameters are considered. Rainfall data is taken from the CHRS data and land cover from is evaluated by ESRA. The software used here is ArcGIS. So coming to the methodology. So coming to the methodology, here each parameter is further divided into 5 classes and each class is given a certain value so that ultimately the AHP procedure is occurred. For some of the parameters are extracted by using the ArcGIS software, which has special tools, and all these tools are used, and ultimately the required parameters are considered. Here, the red ones are the required parameters. After the parameters are given, we'll be going to the AHP procedure, where each parameter is compared with one another and certain values are given. When rainfall is compared with rainfall, since both are 1, we have given the value as 1. This parameter analysis is done based on the literature review. When rainfall and slope is compared, slope has a lower priority. So this is considered as 0.11. In such a way, for both the flood hazard as well as the flood vulnerability, AHP process is done. Here, for both of them, pairwise comparison for each parameter is calculated. Once the parameters are done, now the table is kept in the ArcGIS software, and for each parameter, the maps are generated based on the data. Here, for each parameter also, again, five classes are categorized based on very low to extreme high conditions. These are the maps generated in GIS for flood hazard. These two also come under flood hazard, whereas these two maps come under the flood vulnerability. Once all the maps are generated, each map is overlaid on one over the other in the ArcGIS software, and a combined map will be generated. Coming to the results, when for all the 33 locations, individually flood hazard index and flood vulnerability index is calculated based on the GIS software and the AHP methodology. Once these FHI and FVI are calculated, as we all know, FHI and FVI, when they are multiplied, will be given as risk. So FHI and FVI as a product, we got the flood risk index. This is the manual calculation. And when we come to the overlaying of maps, here same overlaying is done in the ArcGIS software, and a flood hazard index separately map is generated, flood vulnerability index separately map is generated. When these two maps overlaid, we'll be getting the ultimate result as flood risk index. Here, the manual calculation and the map generation both are tallied. So based on this, the extremely high risk area is Rajmahendravaram, and extremely low is all these are the extremely low. Coming to the conclusions of the study, majority part of the study area is under the category of very low to low in case of hazard, vulnerability and risk as well. The area under extremely high risk is due to the high population density, which is near to the proximity to the river stretch. Also, the areas under low risk categories are mainly hilly regions like Muttagudam, Ramchandrapuram and Devipatnam, etc. Thank you. Any queries?
Well presented. So I have.
Thank you.
How do you calculated vulnerability rate and hazard rate?
Okay, just a second, ma'am.
Calculation.
Ma'am?
Next slide.
Yes.
Here.
So here each and every parameter when we are generated, we'll be giving certain values, ma'am, by using the consistency indices and all. So for every place, when these all parameters are overlaid, they will be reached into a certain layer, ma'am. So then we'll be getting these values.
All right. So my question is, so along with AHP, are you thinking of some other methods to go for future like TOPSIS or so? And
Yes, ma'am.
what is
TOPSIS I want to do, and I want to compare the AHP results as well as the TOPSIS results for accuracy.
exactly? So that can
Yeah.
be future research work where you can compare the two. And in fact, more there are various MCDM techniques these days going on.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is the future perspective. Along with this, I would like to ask, what is the novelty of your model? What do you think? Is your model the first one who is applying the GIS based AHP, or
It's
what's the another novelty of your model?
Yeah, it's not the first model which is applying the combination of these two, ma'am. But for this reason, no one has did it because it's certainly in the lower Godavari basin, almost when the river is meeting the sea. So obviously, by knowledge, we'll know that there's a high risk of flood due to the velocity of the river and all. So I have considered this area. Based on this area, yet paper is not there. I mean, literature is not there.
All right, all right. So in future, you can definitely take up the more MCDM techniques.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am. I would like to call next presentator, paper ID 73, paper name, reliability analysis of the oxygen plant system in hospital. Authors are Ashish Kaur, Naresh Chandra. Mode of presentation is online. So you can present your screen.
Uh, just a minute. I'm sharing PPT.
Share your screen. Yeah.
PPT is visible.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, and you have
Hello.
6 minutes to present.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. And my topic is the reliability analysis of the oxygen plant system in a hospital. I'm Ashish Gaur, research scholar from Vanasali Vidyapeeth. The introduction: India is facing the burnt of oxygen shortage with the uh, serp- serpentine lines seen outside oxygen manufacturing units. As the second wave of the COVID-19 has completely affected the health infrastructure of the country. Oxygen plant system is required for every hospital and required oxygen supply to every patient. The government is trying to install oxygen plants in every hospital in country so that no one die without oxygen after COVID. The performance and the productivity of the oxygen plant and failure of the supply unit will be the main concern for any hospital. The the current studies to deal with the oxygen plant supply system with six sub with a redundancy for the increased reliability and availability using by the supplementary variable technique. The This is a process flow diagram for the medical oxygen supply system. We have a six sub subsystems in this flow diagram. First is a sterilizing filters. Sterilizing filters sterilizing filters mainly you helps to avoid the microbacterial particles from the oxygen gas which we get from the oxygen plant. It is basically 99% of pure oxygen. The second subsystem is the oxygen booster pump. Oxygen booster pumps increase the oxygen pressures and the flow of the oxygen supply unit to oxygen supply units. The third unit is oxygen supply unit. Basically, we have a two units. One is a cold standby, and the one is a main supply system. When the main supply system fails, the cold standby unit works immediately. The fourth unit is a oxygen flow meter basically manage and regulate the flow of oxygen. And the next, the fifth unit is a gas mixture. Gas mixture basically mix. It is a mixture of the pure gas and the air mix. So we can't the supply the pure gas to the patient.
That's why we require the gas mixture, and the last one is a ventilator. Ventilator basically helps to patient to easily inhale the oxygen. We have the assumption of the model. Initially, all units system are in a good conditions and work with a full efficiency. Repairman always available for repair. The units of the system work as a new after repair. There is a no simultaneously failure among the subsystems. Failure times of the subsystem of the oxygen supply system is taken as exponential, while the repair time is a arbitrary distribution. This is a notation of the model. Here A B C D E F G we are taking as a subsystem unit, and the A bar, B bar, C bar we are taking as a failed unit. Alpha shows the failure rate of the subsystem, and the beta shows the repair rate of the subsystem. This is a transition diagram of the oxygen plant supply system. We have basically 12 states in this system. 12 states, 0, 1 to 0, 12. 0, 1 shows the good conditions, state, good condition state, and the S1 shows the standby unit state. Every subsystem its own failure rate and its own repair rate. And X shows the supplementary variable. Basically, we use a supplementary variable for when we have the repair or the failure rates is a time dependent. The supplementary variables basically the non-Markovian nature system. The supplementary the variables can convert the non-Markovian nature into the Markovian nature. This is a mathematical modeling of the oxygen plant supply system transition. We have the 13 equations in this model for each state. Initially, in this model, we take initial conditions and the boundary conditions, and using a Laplace transformation for obtaining the reliability, obtaining the reliability and availability of this model. This is a reliability. This is a reliability of the system. We have an equation. After getting the reliability, we take the particular case. In this case, we have a Webel.
Please come to the conclusion now.
Huh?
Sir, please come to the conclusion now.
Conclusion. This is a numerical analysis. Basically, we took the exponential distribution. In this model, we took the exponential distribution, Rayleigh distribution, and the Webel distribution. Here, we have a four tables. For first two tables, we check the failure rates and the repair rates. The impact of the failure rates and the failure rate and the repair rates of the availability of the oxygen plant supply system. And the next two tables shows the impact of the failure rate of the profit. Here we calculate the profit analysis of the oxygen plant system for the again the failure and the repair rate. The conclusion: the subsystem A and F filters and the ventilator of oxygen plant supply system has a more impact on the availability and the profit of the oxygen plant subsystem. And if random variable of oxygen plant supply system follows the Rayleigh distributions of oxygen plant supply system can be made more available and profitable. Thank you.
All right. So one quick question. You have stated that your repair is arbitrarily distributed. What arbitrary distribution you have taken? Whether it's a general distribution or what
Yes.
distribution? Your failure is clear cut mentioned as exponential, but arbitrary distributed keeps some inquisitiveness. Is it what it actually
Sorry.
goes?
Hello. Yes.
You are audible, please.
Hello.
You are audible, please answer the question. I missed you.
Did you get the question?
Yeah. No, ma'am. Can you repeat the question?
Is that you stated that your failures are exponentially distributed, but the repair was
Huh?
as arbitrarily distributed. So, what does that arbitrarily distributed mean? Which distribution is taken as in general distribution or what distribution?
No, actually, here the repair rate is time dependent. That's why we are taking the arbitrary rate.
Okay, so that means there is no proper PDF following the that distribution, only time dependent.
Yeah, yes, time dependent only.
Okay, okay. So I think that can be taken up as a future research work that you can introduce some distributions onto this.
Okay, okay, okay.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Vanshika Jain for effectiveness of CSR initiative with brand loyalty and sustainability of organization.
There was a presentation that was left in between reliability estimation, the range engine.
Yes, ma'am. He was not audible.
So we won't be able to. So this is which presentation? No? We added it.
आपने मेल भी नहीं दी। बुलाना पड़ेगा वहाँ से। हाँ,
You're from MDP? You're from MDP, otherwise? Yeah. So what is the title of your presentation?
So, ma'am, basically, I'm analyzing what is the impact of CSR on brand loyalty and sustainability of the organization. So, basically, for sustainability of the environment, one is the profit and the other one is the employment. So, basically, what I did, I have collected the data of past data of each. And because I have applied regression on the entire data, and I have taken a set of four values, four different random values, the CSR steps, and then I have predicted what is the expected revenue and what is the expected similarly for the employee. I have collected the data for the employees in the past 10 years. This is what I have done for now, and for the future, what I had discussed with the ma'am, we will be taking another company, a profit and branding. Similarly, we will be doing on both of them, and then we will be doing the comparison between both of them.
So you can quickly go through your PPT now. Intro part skip कर देना, बस come to your models.
Okay. So, ma'am, basically on the left hand side is the data which I have collected for the 10 years. X, which is the CSR spent in crores, is an independent variable, and Y, which is the profit, is the dependent variable. And this is the regression equation which I got, which is X is equals to y is equals to 33.501x plus 2242.5.78. The x assumed values are on the left side, which is 820, 900, 1020, 1090, and I have predicted the corresponding y's in this case. And the plot on the right hand side is the basically a straight line plot between what were the values here and which I have predicted. And similarly, this is for the employee engagement in TCS. This is the data which I have collected from their website, the annual report which they publish every year. I collected this data from there. And similarly, this is the assumed values which were similar here and for the purpose of comparison. And these are the predicted values of the employee retention. So basically, the conclusion was that while since based on such a small research, it is very difficult to predict, but still from the research, it is very evident that CSR initiatives have the potential to positively impact the organization's performance and profitability in the long run. And similarly, it has a positive influence on the employee engagement of the PC.
As for me, this is very basic study, very basic study. It is incorporating only one variable, and the point is that one variable is insufficient to determine your dependency. Secondly, your model is not being made significant, as in there is only data fitting on the model. You need to, once your data is being fitted up, you need to find out whether your model is significant or not. So that significance of the model is missing, and then the accuracy of the model is also missing. Right. So this is very basic. You need to put in more efforts to continue this research. So before comparing it with Procter and Gamble P&G, you should first improve the working format.
I'll discuss it with ma'am once and I'll implement whatever sustainability and okay.
Mr. Neeraj Sindhu. Mr. Neeraj Sindhu, am I audible to you? So thank you.
आप भी जाओ इसमें लंच करो मैं सभी सबको लेके आ रहा हूँ हाँ हाँ ये तो उधर ही रख देना उसी रूम में लिया मैं पढ़ लूँगा very students are very sympathetic, very nice. अच्छा एक चीज जो
आप लोग लंच के लिए चले जाइए थोड़ा बैग छोड़ दीजिए, कोई नहीं जल्दी जाएगा। इनको भी साथ ले जाओ बेटा, इनको भी ले
Our next chairperson, Dr. Shikha Bandhani. Dr. Shikha Bandhani is an assistant professor in Department of Commerce, Computer Science, Maitri College, University of Delhi since 2010. She obtained her master's degree in computer applications from University of Delhi in 2008. She received BSc Electronics degree from Hansraj College, University of Delhi in 2005. She is University Gold Medalist in MCA as well as BSc Electronics. She completed her PhD from Department of Computer Science, University of Delhi in 2020. She has published papers in reputed journals and conferences. Her research interest includes analysis, machine learning, and Android security. Now, I would like to call our presenters. First, we have paper ID 60, paper name TSLS-GAAT, a novel hybrid approach for effective wind power forecasting. Authors are Karthik Bansal and Karthik Bisht. Priya Singh.
Open the Bluetooth first. Uh, Bring one profile, that folder, and put the technical schedule as well. What is your name, brother? Karthik. No, no, not received. I haven't received yet. The email ID. Yeah, it's fine. 40@MHA.lu. Yeah, yeah, got it. Okay. Madhuri Kumari. write subject also. You're not writing the subject. Got it. You may start your presentation.
A very good evening to the respected judges and my dear friends. Today, I, Karthik Bansal, on behalf of my team, comprising of Karthik Best and under the guidance of Mrs. Priya Singh, Department of Software Engineering, Delhi Technological University, is going to give the project presentation. The title of the research project is TCLSGA80, a novel hybrid approach for effective wind power forecasting. So let's start. Coming to the abstract part, in the recent years, there has been a growing demand for renewable energy resources, especially wind power, due to its sustainable solution for catering to the growing energy demand and also being an environment friendly solution. The recent advancements in the field of AI and machine learning have led to a revolution in the wind power forecasting. Deep learning techniques have the capability to capture the complex integrate patterns in the complex data sets. In the present work, we have proposed a novel hybrid approach for wind power forecasting. The novel hybrid approach is built using TCN, that is Temporal Convolution Network, LSTM, long short term memory, attention mechanisms, gating mechanisms, and dense layer mechanisms. For boosting the performance, we have used the Adam optimizer, and the results are validated through extensive analysis, and a comparative analysis has also been performed. So, the introduction part, wind energy is a clean and abundant energy resource that has no harmful impact on the environment. The fundamental principle behind wind power forecasting is that we need to predict the output that we can get from the wind turbines based on the wind speed, pressure, temperature, humidity, and various other factors. In the recent times, there has been a shift from traditional statistical models to advanced deep learning models. But still, there are various challenges in this field, like uncertainty in weather prediction and various other inaccuracies due to sensor measurements. So, our research is a stepping stone for future advancements in this field. In the present work, we have proposed a novel hybrid approach for effective wind power forecasting 24 hours into the future. We have evaluated the performance of the model using metrics such as MSE, that is mean squared error, MAE, mean absolute error, and improvement over the baseline using a benchmark dataset. We have also compared the performance of the novel approach with the traditional deep learning techniques. The related works. In the recent past, various works have been done, like by Zhang et al. He proposed a multi-stack layered bidirectional LSTM model with temporal pattern analysis. By Xiong, a attention mechanism and LSTM hybrid model. By Gong, he proposed a hybrid model based on temporal convolution network and an informer. And by Tefra and Aslam have also proposed some hybrid models. But still, there are various research gaps. Limited work has been done to harness the full potential of hybrid models obtained by combining various deep learning techniques. So, in our approach, we have combined up to 5 techniques like TCN, LSTM, gating, attention, and dense mechanisms. And another research gap was scalability and efficiency. So, our approach employs computationally efficient operations like convolution layers and global average pooling to ensure scalability and efficiency in large scale time series datasets. Regularization and generalization. Our approach implements dropout regularization and batch normalization to prevent overfitting and improve model generalization. talking about the dataset we have used the open source SD WPF dataset, that is Spatial Dynamic Wind Power Forecasting dataset provided by the Longyuan Power Group in China, which is the largest wind power producer of Asia. The dataset is quite diverse. It has around 40 lakh entries across 13 features. So it is an ideal candidate for forecasting models. So coming to the data pre-processing and feature engineering, this process refines existing features, combines and addresses any inherent issues. So first, we have deleted the redundant features. That involves, like, we identified 4 features that had perfect correlation. So we only kept one of them. We transformed the angle features. Some features like wind direction, end direction, and PAB were encoded in degrees, posing a challenge for model interpretation due to numerical discontinuity. So we converted them to the sine and cosine representations. Create time features. The features temperature and heat temperature were displayed highly negative values, potentially indicating errors. So linear interpolation was employed to correct these values. Coming to the model architecture of the proposed model, first we have the input where we get after feature engineering. The first layer is the TCN with gated linear unit, that is temporal convolution network with gating mechanism. The next is attention layer. Following it, we have the LSTM layer, then the dense layer with dropout and batch normalization. And finally, we get the wind power output. So talking a bit about the model, how it works. Initially, the refined data post-feature engineering is fed into the neural network, enabling it to learn and extract meaningful insights. The TCN and GLU. The input data is passed to a convolution layer 1D with gated linear unit activation function, which is a characteristic feature of temporal convolution networks. This helps in capturing temporal dependencies, local patterns, and relationships within the input series data. Then the input is passed through the attention layer. It helps in capturing and weighing dynamically the importance of different time steps in the sequence which make predictions. This helps in capturing long-range dependencies and improving the model performance. The LSTM, the attention layer's output is subsequently forwarded to an LSTM layer. This equips the model with the capability to capture both long and short-term dependencies. And finally, we have the dense layer that prevents overfitting and helps reducing the dimensionality of the data. And we make use of the Adam optimizer to boost the performance of the models. Now, quickly coming up to the results. As we can see, the proposed hybrid model has an accuracy of around 80% above the random baseline, whereas all other previous approaches have improvement like 75 to 76%. So our model has a much less error and much more improvement over the random baseline. So these are the output plots for the proposed model. These for the convolutional STM model, the TCN model. The yellow one is the prediction and the green ones are the labels. So coming to the conclusion, our research presents a novel hybrid approach for predicting wind power. By harnessing the strengths of each component, our model captures both short-term and long-term dependencies in wind power data, leading to enhanced performance. These findings underscore the potential of an approach to advanced wind power forecasting and expedite the integration of renewable energy sources into the grid. Further exploration will focus on advanced deep learning techniques like graph neural networks and transformers for improved modeling or spatial dependencies and long-range interactions in wind power forecasting. These are some of the key references. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthik.
Thank you, sir.
So tell me one thing. You use MSc. Yeah, tell me one thing. You use MSc. So MSc for what? MSc and MAE.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah.
So these are the key metrics that we have used to find the performance of the model. MSE stands for mean squared error and MAE is mean absolute error. These metrics we have used to judge the performance of our model.
As per your result, you were saying 76%. Yeah, slide 12. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's 76.19%. It is the improvement. Means that is the error less.
Like we have taken a baseline. So the first 4 points are the traditional models that we already have. So they have an improvement of like 76% of
As per
the baseline, and our model has an improvement of 80% over the baseline.
total 80%. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gandhi.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
एक बार कॉल सही है यहाँ का ये डिवाइस ऑफ नहीं दिखा रहा है नहीं
Okay, moving on. I'd like to call upon our next presenter, paper ID 21, Sentivite, Topic, Emotion and Sentiment Analysis using Word Model Classifier and Nice Bayes Classifier. Author Kushal Gravora, Achin Kanuja. Are you there? Okay, moving on. I'd like to call upon our presenter, paper ID 30, Thumbs Up, Take It Down, Decoding the Disconnect Between Social Media Buzz and Box Office Numbers. Abhinita Daya Archit Garg. You may start your presentation. You have 6 minutes for your presentation and we are allocating 2 minutes for your question and answers.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Let me share my screen. Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, Archit Karg, with my co-author Dr. Abhinita Daya, today take this opportunity to present research work on the title Thumbs Up, Take It Down, Decoding the Disconnect Between Social Media Buzz and Box Office Numbers. Thank you for this opportunity. Let's quickly proceed to the presentation. So today we're going to cover this introduction, literature review, methodology, followed by results, cross-validation, discussion, and finally we'll see limitations and future scope. So there are a lot of social buzz going around across social media, and according to the recent data, 2.95 billion people are on social platforms, whether it be Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. So it's a huge number, which makes 42% of the total population. So our paper gives a qualitative and empirical approach, which gives us about the two questions. We are identifying the characteristics, themes of e-worm about movies on social media, and also we are decoding the connection between sentiment of electronic word of mouth and its comparison with actual box office success. Here is a literature review. We have seen certain findings around social media, word of mouth, and social media industry and entertainment industry engagement to understand how the social sentiment is going and on what terms. We have certain findings, then we realize the significance and what all utilization we can make in our methodology. To decode actual connection, like people used to post a lot, but are they actually going to the theaters? We have taken an example of 9 movies, which we're going to see in next slides. Are they actually making it up to the box office? So this is our simple methodology we have used. Consists of 7 phases. Phase 1, we have clearly done the analysis of YouTube and Instagram. When I say this, it means we have seen a different official handles of the movies on Instagram and YouTube. We have seen the viewership. We have seen what kind of how many count of share likes and shares are there, so that we can get the relevant data. Now, after this step, for the relevant data, we used Jupyter Notebook and the Python scripts. We used text blog and the lexicon-based approach, the NKLT, to scrap the comments. And the main motive was to have the comments before release and after release. That's in phase 3 we have done it, so that we can have a fair idea like what is the positive hype or what is the kind of hype before the release of the movie and after the release of movie, because a lot of buzz is there before movie and after movie release, which could change, may or may not change. Then there is a text pre-processing method, there we have filtered it, and the stop words and emoticons, and then finally sentiment analysis for score, and then the deviation analysis, as I said, before and after. Then there is survey finding, which is actually the cross validation part, having putting up the questions to the people's official IDs and asking for their responses. These are the results. As you can see, these are the results from official handles, YouTube platform and the Instagram platform. These 9 movies we have taken, Bollywood movies, because they were very popular, and either the director or the cast very popular. Then we have pre-release score, post-release score, and then we have seen the deviation here, and then overall sentiment. These are the results for different platforms, YouTube platform and Instagram platform. The deviation range from 0.12 to 17.69, and for similarly for Instagram it took 2.13 to 12.30. As we can see, there is a lot of positive talks before release, and after also there hasn't been a significant change. Okay, so this is a comparison cross validation, where interestingly we found that 60% of the respondents who uploaded favorable comments were not found to have watched the movies. Why so? Because they have responded us with the 3 of the major categorical this answers. Wanted to watch but did not have time, did not release in theater near my house, friends told me it's a bad movie. So this leads us to also we have taken this box office results from moviereviews.com, where we can easily we can see that budget and the box office collection, there's a significant difference. So not all people who wrote positive on the social media platform actually went to the theaters and seeing it. Coming down to discussions. Okay, so there was a high positive sentiments generated, even then the movie was unsuccessful. So a lot of buzz was going on again, and but they didn't watch actually the movie. The contradicting existing notions of relation of electronic word of mouth with financial performance. The movie actually got flop, but a lot of hype was created before. The uncertain nature of word of mouth and its relation with the box office collection. Users who wrote positive comments in its post on a movie page may not actually end up watching the same. Not online, all online fans are always the real buyers of the product. Market should be very careful in believing the word of mouth created over online communities, as it could be the step to just promote a movie in initial phase, not actual box office collection. Also, the cross validation results we have talked about, there was no actual conversion, and this leads us to the link this very fact with the consumer plasticity and duality that supports our contrasting result, which says like people changes according to their environment. Though all were writing, all most of the people were writing the good comments and positive comments, so they also tended to write a good comment, but actually the results went differently when we see the box office collection. So coming down to this limitations and future research direction, what we could have included or other studies could can include is geographical context. We have taken the Indian viewership specific, we are specific to the Indian viewership, as I have shown you the 9 movies that was of Bollywood only, and this is the language of the movies. We have considered Hindi, integrating with quantitative data, since our paper is qualitative and we have collected the responses, but it could be more on the quantitative data side, wherein we can collect more data and give the weights so that we can utilize it to further analysis. Now analysis of other social media matrices like click-through rate and other matrices parameters. Also we could in the study in future can include different moderators. These are the references.
Excuse me, sir, can you please wind up fast?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Archit. Yeah, Archit, can you tell me which data have you used, qualitative or quantitative, for the discussion? For your analysis, only qualitative or both you have used?
We have used, sir, qualitative.
Qualitative only.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Archit.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So you can turn off your screen. Now we have paper ID 13. Insert ticket down.
That is done. That is done.
Okay.
That was the 30th.
Okay.
Now the next one 4.
44.
44.
Okay. We have paper ID 44. Splicing success and unraveling JAGTP's recipe for competitive advantage of purely Masai in the market. Ms. Ritu Kashyap.
Good afternoon, sir. Actually, I'm facing a connectivity issue. So, can you give me 2 minutes?
Okay, I'm just doing fast because you have only 2 minutes. 6
Yeah,
minutes for presentation and 4 minutes for Q&A.
yeah. Okay.
The last one, no issue.
Okay.
You can continue to the next one. You can join after that.
Moving on to our next presenter, paper ID 47, Vendor Procurement in Indian Construction. Authors, Karan Jain. Are you there? Are you there?
Ma'am, I need 2 minutes, ma'am. I'm just joining, ma'am.
You have 6 minutes for your presentation and we are allocating 2 minutes for your questions. Are you there? 47.
Can I begin now?
Yes, please share your screen.
Sorry, there was a network issue, ma'am. Shall I start now? Am I audible?
Presentation. Yes, sir. Your presentation is visible. So you are not audible. Mr. Karan will make audible.
Yeah. Am I audible? Sorry, there was a network issue.
Yeah, you are audible, but your PDF
Yeah.
is not sharing presentation.
Sorry.
Your presentation is not visible. Please share your screen.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. Okay.
You have 6 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you. So topic for my research is the vendor procurement in Indian construction. So, major objective of this research was what are the challenges Indian construction are facing in the procurement. So basically, what vendor is? Vendor is actually a person or company or organization that is engaged in selling or goods or services to the customer. What we do in vendor management, vendor management is integral in supply chain, focusing on selecting high quality, cost effective suppliers, particularly vital in Indian real estate for one time budget, on time budget, delivery and close manufacturer supplier collaboration. Some of the aims and objective for the research: how vendor selection done, processes, different processes involved in the tool being used. Second, risk involved in vendor procurement and the performance parameters adopted by different companies in post vendor management. Need and scope for the study. Need for the vendor procurement. First is efficiency, optimize procurement process and minimize project delays and cost overrun. Other innovations and technology adoption. It is the adoption of new technologies. This ensures that choice of reliable suppliers who deliver quality materials and services. And last is the cost reduction. Is it to minimize the cost and boost profitability by negotiating better. Scope of the study: the complex and the fragmented nature of the Indian construction, the high level of corruption in Indian construction industry, and the third is the need to comply with a complex regulatory environment. The research methodology is the semi-structured interview developed in which I've generated some questions, targeted growth, use snowball methodology for sampling, transcribe the responses, and then analyze and interpret the data. These are some of the literature reviews. Reference I've taken. Future work. Vendor procurement may involve advanced data analytics and AI-driven tools to optimize vendor selection, performance evaluation, and risk assessment. Second is the integration of blockchain technology for enhanced transparency and supply chain resilience could play a crucial role in evolving landscape of vendor management. At last, the conclusion and the result of the research. Factors which are certain factors in Indian construction hinges for various factors: evaluating local vendors for efficiency, negotiating with clear protocols, ensuring compliance throughout the collaboration and training, mitigating risks like financial instability and material storage, and fostering clear communication, geopolitical and meteorological challenges by analyzing cost and documentation, and to at last increase the efficiency of the overall project. Thank you. Yeah, I've done. Yeah, Karan, as I discussed, you use some data. You didn't show any slide regarding data, and you have collected some questions using questionnaire. Is there any questionnaire you have used in your research?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, which type of questions you have used? You didn't define in that.
I'll show you, sir. Give me a minute.
Particular population you have used. You neither define that one to which population you have used for your research. Vendor, I think you have used a word inside that one. Vendor or a particular population.
So these were the questions which I have developed. And I've done directly interview with the industrial experts. These were the.
How many questions are there? Total questions in questionnaire?
So there are 7 questions, and these are the 5 different responses from different persons.
Okay.
Like these are the different procurement managers or head of different companies.
We discussed the snowball. What is the snowball model?
In snowball model, sir, when we interview someone, we get another link of other person. With that only, we get other links and other responses also. Well, like it's connected with the one or the other.
Can you give me some reference in your reference? Do you have any reference to that one? You have used a product. Can you show me any reference for that model in your literature or somewhere? Any reference regarding this method?
Sorry, I don't have it.
If you have, that is okay. Any reference?
No, I don't have.
Are you a PhD student or?
Sir, I am an MBA graduate.
MBA. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
MBA which semester?
It's sir, third semester. Sir.
Third semester. Okay. Okay, no issue. I just check. I just wanna know what is this. I just heard about. I know cluster analysis, vector analysis. Have you heard vector analysis? We use for marketing research data analysis.
No, sir.
Okay, just go through that one. Vector analysis, cluster analysis. That is a part of your course curriculum.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming back to paper ID 44, Ms. Ritu Kashyap, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Please share your screen. You have 6 minutes for your presentation, and we're allocating you 2 minutes for questions.
Okay. Is it visible? Is it visible? My screen is visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting today Spicing Success, Unraveling Jagtap Missile Recipe for Competitive Advantage to Puneri Missile in the Market. Now, this is a case study which is being developed by myself in association with my guide, Kavita Lagate ma'am, and my co-partner, Seema Shaman. Now, this is, the case study is purely based with respect to the kind of food consumption which we are seeing nowadays, whether it is a food, street food or a fast food. The entire case study has been focused mainly on the street food and that too on the Jagtap missile. Now, categorically, if we see the food sector can be divided into two groups, food industry, which is comprising of food manufacturing unit and food processing unit, and food service industry, which includes fast food, street food, casual dining, and fine dining. When we talk about the kind of sectoral overview or the contribution which is done by this particular sector, that is street food, the market share which is being considered as per the report which was generated by Model Intelligence. The market share currently in 2024 stands to 77.54 billion USD and which is expected to grow to 125.06 2029 and which is growing at a CAGR of 10.03. Currently, the market share of street food is in 2020 was 35.5 billion USD and when we talk about the share which is going to increase later, in the next year will be much higher than that, looking at the CAGR. This has made me interested in, studying this particular joint, which is very famous in Mumbai, in Kandivali area, known as Jagtap missile. And I went there to understand what is that it makes so much to, interesting that the consumers are going there and consuming his product. So when I interviewed the owner, who is a protagonist of this case study, the industry which he belongs to is obviously food service industry. The sector is street food. His registration, which is being done officially on 26/11/2021, trademark office is in Mumbai, and the owner name, who is also a protagonist, is Vikas Mahadev Jagtap. Moving forward, just to give you a brief idea about his journey, Mahadev, my occupation was a car cleaner, come driver in a society, but obviously with the kind of family he was having, it was very difficult to meet both the ends. Hence, he started thinking of adding on something. In the meantime, his wife, who was already working as a cook in some of the societies in some places, initiated this thought of preparing the missile, which was very much liked by the people where she was cooking as a business venture. So they started their journey 14 to 15 years back, and they thought of opening a joint which can serve this missile and can help them in earning the income and supporting the family. So that was an actual start for Jagtap Puneri missile. When we talk about the strategy which he thought of while running his venture, the location he selected was a prime location, that is a stall at a junction which is connected to the lane coming from a national park. As a result, he was enabled to get consumers or customers who are all joggers, morning walkers, and students. And since Puneri misal or misal is a staple food of Mumbai and considered to be very healthy and filling, most of these joggers and morning walkers or students coming to the colleges were a normal viewer or a normal consumer at this particular joint. Price, he definitely kept it a very reasonable so that reportability will not be a question. Hygiene and quality, he tried to make fresh, he tried to use fresh material in terms of preparing the missile, and as well as he tried to ensure that whatever services is being offered or whatever utensils are being done, it is purely clean. Now, if we talk about his success, he started his journey in year 2008 with a simple food stall. In year 2020, when we were hit by COVID-19, so in order to ensure the safety of the consumer, he shifted his stall and converted it into a quick service restaurant by getting it registered. And in 2021, he started opening up franchisee, which was FOCO model, and added 3 joints simultaneously in 3 different areas. In year 2022, his business was doing well, so he started food supply and corporate training like DMart, Big Bazaar, etc. in events like fire drill, sales training, event Umang, and so on. He also started using the other half of the day, that is evening, by opening up a multiple business for revenue generation, which was evening 4 to 9 by selling vada pav. Income analysis, if we talk about Jagtap Messes, so he is currently running 3 joints, Kandivali stall, Mahavir Nagar franchisee, and an Excel Road franchisee. Overall, the sales, when we talk about Kandivali stall, Monday to Friday, which is from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m., there are 400 plates which he sells. Saturday, 7 a.m. to 12 noon, it goes to 600 plates, and Sunday is the busiest day for Jagtap, wherein the number of plates sold is 800 plus. Mahavir Nagar, similarly, if you see, the variation is 300 to 400 to 500, and Excel Road, it is 200 to 400 to 500. Now, when we talk about foresightedness, Jagtap was very curious in terms of, selling and making misal, which is a very staple food of Mumbai, to be a well-known and, well-recognized meal for many of them. As a result, when he started selling it to the students and all, so he seeing the students who are coming from abroad and coming to his stall and requesting him to give them some kind of a recipe so that they will not miss it when they go to US or other country for their future study. Or some, consumers who cannot come to his stalls often, but definitely want to consume. So as a result, he thought of introducing ready-to-eat misal, where he started selling all the ingredients in a ready-to-eat packet. He also started selling masala mix for misal so that people can simply take those masala mix and add it at home so that they can also, do not miss on, consuming the misal. And also the masala mix for vada pav. By this, he ensured that his misal is not being missed by any of the people in the locality, in the vicinity. The methodology which was used for this particular case study was a field case study, which is qualitative in nature. The data collection was done through on-site observation and in-depth interview of Jagtap, who is a protagonist, and some of consumers. The data which was collected normally was based on interview method. Hence, there were a lot of questions which were being asked to the vendor and to the consumer consuming there in order to get a complete information with respect to the kind of business Jagtap was doing. Some evidences will also be collected and to support the same. outcome of this case study is that it gives a clear understanding about the challenges. Sorry.
Can you please come to conclusion? We are very limited time. We only get 6 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. So, should I quickly wrap it?
Yes, please.
Yes. So, the outcome for this case study is that it helps you to understand the need of the consumers and how Jagtap has ensured that he meets those needs of consumers or help in satisfying those needs of consumer by making continuous alteration and variation in the menu card so that the consumers are happy. It also helps us to understand the market dynamics with the changing technology as he has shifted from a road stall to a QSR model, ensuring the changes which is required by them during COVID, and again coming back to the street so that the people don't miss the original journey. The future growth that we explored is with respect to coming up with an idea of masala mix or misal as well as vada pav or ready to eat masala. Very helpful for expansion. The present case study is very useful with respect to
then to the result. Okay. Just come to the case study you use in your research.
Sorry, sir.
Just come to the case study you use in your study. So show me the case study.
So your voice is getting echoed, so I am unable to understand.
And he is asking for the case study.
Sorry, but I'm not getting a clear voice.
Do you have any case study in your research? Any case study in that one?
So this was. Hello.
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah. So I was at the last slide, sir. Just wanted to inform the panelists that this case study will be useful in terms of teaching to the various marketing strategy, consumer behavior, marketing management, and entrepreneurial management. As you can really see from the case study that how Jagtap has used different strategy to attract the consumers. He also understood the behavior of the consumer and made necessary alteration. The entire management of his stalls along with all franchisee which he is doing, and the entrepreneurial venture he started with. So this case study will be useful in these 4 subjects.
Okay, thank you, Rituji.
Thank you.
How many franchises they have in Mumbai? Number of franchises they have in Mumbai?
They will be roughly around, sir, in the morning. If we see on weekdays, it is Monday to Friday. There will be roughly.
Number of franchises they have.
Sorry.
How many franchises they have in Mumbai?
Three, one store and 3 franchises.
3 franchises. Okay. Okay, thank you. Ask them to open one in Delhi. We ask them to open a franchise in Delhi.
Can you come again, please?
I'm requesting you, please ask them to open a franchise in Delhi. New Delhi.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now we have paper ID 55, a global narrative, local voices, the impact of web content on cultural exchange in India through OTT platform by Garima Soul. Ma'am?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, and you'll get 6 minutes for presentation and 4 minutes for Q&A.
Okay. Okay. Is my voice and my screen all is okay?
Yeah.
Please confirm.
Yeah, please. Continue, Garimaji. You are audible and visible too.
So the title of my paper is A Global Narratives, Local Voices, the Impact of Dubbed Content on Cultural Exchange in India through OTT Platforms. So the presentation would go like this. First, I will introduce the study, then objective, methodology, finding, implication, conclusion, and recommendation for future. So the introduction slide is, One second. Yeah. So in the modern digital era, the landscape of global entertainment has profoundly reshaped by emergence of OTT platforms like Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, Disney Plus, Hotstar, and many other, leading to the significant shift in how content is produced, distributed, and consumed by the consumers worldwide. So, this evolution has sparked a complex dialogue around cultural exchange, dominance, and diversity, especially as production of entertainment content has traditionally been concentrated within few countries such as US, and like Bollywood, often overshadowing the local cultures and narratives. Against this backdrop, OTT platform stands as a complex phenomena, potentially reinforcing cultural dominance while at the same time providing a distinct pathway for enhancing cultural diversity through the localization of global content via dubbing. So, the objective of my research is to investigate how OTT platforms were providing access to the wide range of international shows and movies dubbed in local languages might counteract the dominance of certain cultures within the global entertainment industry and promote more equitable cultural dialogue. So, this study will also focus on understanding how Indian audience engagement with dubbed content and the challenges posed by cultural and linguistic adaptation and how such content influence their consumption preference within the global media landscape. So the methodology employed is qualitative research method. So this study uncovers the dynamic of viewer reception to dubbed content and assesses the potential of OTT platform to foster more inclusive and diverse global cultural landscape. So sampling method is employed. A purposive sampling method was employed to select individuals who are active viewers of dubbed content on OTT platform in India. So this method ensures the sample specifically includes those who with relevant experiences and insight into the consumption of dubbed content, thereby enriching the quality of the data collected. So the semi-structured interview of 21 OTT user was conducted. The sample comprised of 12 males and 9 females. So the participant belonged to the age group of 20 to 45 years. So these are the interview questions which were asked with the respondents. So apart from the demographic part and the journal viewing habit, the questions on experience with the dub content and engagement with the dub content and cultural and linguistic adaptation and influence of consumption preferences and their perception of cultural exchange. So these are the questions. These are the 15 questions which were asked with the respondents. I'm sorry. So the study findings is as follows. The study reveals that OTT platform has significantly lowered language barriers, making international content more accessible to diverse linguistic groups in India. So nowadays you can see many of the content on OTT platform. For example, a very famous show, a Spanish show, Money Heist, is coming, dubbed in various local languages of India, such as Tamil and Telugu. So it says that the cultural practices and tradition of storytelling is inclusive from these platforms. So the diversification of viewer preferences. A notable finding is the diversification of viewer preferences, with significant portion of audience developing an appreciation for genre and narratives that were previously unfamiliar with them or less preferred. For example, some viewers who traditionally preferred local dramas express newfound interest in foreign science fictions and fantasy series. So, while dubbing has made the content more accessible, the study also highlighted the nuanced perspective of viewer engagement. Participants valued the emotional and cultural resonance offered by the dubbed content. However, concerns were raised about the loss of authenticity. Moving on. So these are the few implications of this study. So the implications such as the if the content is dubbed in the local language, it promotes the cross cultural understanding. It influences the global cultural narratives, and may shift in the viewer preferences, and also their engageability and accessibility will improve. So the final conclusion of the study is that the findings of the study provide comprehensive picture of the current landscape of dubbed content consumption in India, highlighting the transformative potential of OTT platform in making global cultures accessible and related to Indian audience. So the future recommendation. Yeah, please.
Can you please come to the conclusion? We are running out of time.
So this is the conclusion. By addressing the identified challenges and leveraging insights from the viewer feedback, OTT platform can enhance their contribution to more inclusive, diverse, and interconnected global cultural ecosystem. So these are the two recommendations for future research. So based on the finding of the study, this study recommends that OTT platform invest in culturally sensitive dubbing process that involves local culture consultant to ensure accurate and respectful representation. Additionally, platform could benefit from creating forums or discussion spaces for viewers to share their experiences and learning from different cultural content and fostering a community of global cultural exchange. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you tell me one thing? Why you use a small number of sample size? That is only 21, na? Is there
Yes, sir. That's
yeah.
This is yeah. Please complete.
Please continue. I'm done.
So this is my paper is basically right now is in the qualitative phase. Maybe I will extend it with the quantitative phase in a later like in phase 2. So this is a phase 1 of my study.
Okay.
So after the 21 interviews, I will formulate some hypothesis based on the themes which are withdrawn from the qualitative findings, and then we will have a quantitative study, maybe around approx 500 OTT users.
Yeah,
So this is the first part of the study. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. As per statistical term, there is a very less data. You can predict on a small number of size. Am I right?
Yes. Of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call paper ID 2, Upasna Singh, an effective token for sharing secret information. Mode of presentation is online.
So my screen is visible?
Yes.
Okay.
You get 6 minutes for your presentation and 4 minutes for Q&A.
Okay, sir. I am Upasna Singh. I am currently pursuing my PhD from JNU under the guidance of Professor V.V. Singh sir. Today I am going to present my paper on the topic an efficient technique for sharing secret information. So this is my index. It contains abstract, introduction, literature review, proposed methodology, results, conclusion, and references. So this is my abstract. Bhardwaj recently demonstrated a remarkably large capacity for data concealment with sophisticated methods of reversible data hiding behind a cover image. This technique sometimes does not work properly. And then Singh and Singh have overcome its limitation, which also has very good data hiding capacity. We find that the Singh and Singh method does not hide the secret data in all the pixels. We improve the Singh and Singh method so that it can hide the secret data in all the image pixels if required. Compared to Singh and Singh method, which can only conceal 2.24 bits of secret data in a byte, our newly proposed methodology can conceal 2.49 bits of confidential data within a byte. This is my introduction. Basically, sharing secret or confidential information can be done using stenography technique, which is also called data hiding techniques. Basically, stenography is derived from two Greek words, stagnos, that means secret, and graphy means writing. So, stenography is the technique of hiding data within an ordinary non-secret file to avoid detection. The hidden data is then extracted at its destination. As you can see from the figure 1, here we are using a text image called Lena. The image that we use to hide the data are called cover image. After hiding the data, it becomes stago image. As at the receiver side, you can see that data extraction image recovery is done successfully. So there are two types of data hiding technique: reversible data hiding technique, irreversible data hiding technique. In reversible data hiding technique, we can easily extract our original image at the receiver side as well as the secret data. But in irreversible data hiding technique, we can recover the secret data but can't recover the original image in their intact form. So this is my literature review. I have read lot of papers during my research, where here I have included the major base paper that I have used in my research. The first paper is enhanced reversible and secure patient data hiding algorithm based on cellular automata. Using average pixel repetition, it tried to hide secret bits in the original pixel and center pixels. The major research gap in this paper is that it does not provide any mechanism to have the size of the embedded data. And second paper is an efficient patient data hiding scheme using cellular automata. It basically provides mechanisms to have the size of the embedded data if it is less than the maximum embedded capacity. So the major research gap in its study is that it does not hide the secret data in all the inserted pixels, and its data hiding capacity is 2.24 bits per byte, which is very less. The third paper is an enhanced reversible patient data hiding algorithm for e-healthcare. Basically, it enlarged the cover image by adding one row after every row and then hide the secret symbol in the image pixel. The major research gap in its research is that its average embedding rate is 2 bits per pixel. That is very, very less. This is my proposed methodology. Basically, first we take the cover image, then we enlarge the image by using average pixel repetition. Then we hide the data, not only the OP, the original pixel, but we are also hiding the data in the inserted pixel. After hiding the data, the image will become the stago image. Then we transfer this stago image to the receiver. At the receiver side, the receiver decode the stago image into cover image and the secret bits. Here, this is the original image block having size 3 cross 3, and it get enlarged. It get enlarged into size 5 cross 5. Basically, OP is the original pixel, IP is the inserted pixel. We get the inserted pixel by averaging the adjacent nearby pixel. So IP1 is calculated by averaging the OP1 and OP2. In the same way, IP2 is calculated by averaging the OP2 and OP3. In this way, we obtain our inserted pixel IP pixel, and we are already having our original pixel. In this way, we get our enlarged image. Now we divided the enlarged image into 3 cross 3 blocks having the overlapping pixel. Here you can see OP2, IP5, OP5 are the overlapping pixel that are present in 2 blocks. Okay. Now after dividing the enlarged image into the 4 blocks, we hide the data in all the pixel, including OP, original pixel, and IP pixel in the clockwise manner. After hiding the data, we again converted these 4 pixel blocks into the 5 cross 5 blocks, and then we transferred this 5 cross 5 block to the receiver. After receiving this block, it basically divides this enlarged image again into 4 cross 4 in 4 blocks having size 3 cross 3 and extract the data and the recover image. This is my result. Basically, we are comparing the performance of our proposed method with the Bhardwaj and Singh and Singh method. It can easily visible that my embedding capacity and embedding rate is much better than the existing technologies, that is Bhardwaj and Singh and Singh method. Embedding rate of Bhardwaj is approximately 2.2.3 and Singh and Singh embedding rate is 2.3.4, but my embedding rate is 2.49. So this is my result. Here you can see my text images that I have used in my experiment. The first row is the original images. The second row is the recovered images that receiver recovered at the receiving side. And this black images are the difference images. This black image, this basically third row depict the difference image, the difference between the original image and the received image. Here you can see the difference image is all black because there is no difference between the original image and the recovered image. That means we are receiving, we can easily recovering our original image at the receiver side as well as the secret data. This is my conclusion. In this paper, we have analyzed the sing and sing method that has overcome the limitation of the Bharadwaj method. In this method, the cover image is enlarged by inserting rows between two rows, and same process is done for columns. The inserted pixel assigned the average value of the adjacent pixel. We find that the sing and sing does not hide the secret data in all the inserted pixels. We have improved the sing and sing method in such a way that all the inserted pixel can hide the secret data. By doing so, the proposed method has better data hiding capacity and data hiding rate. This is my reference that I have used in my research. Thank you.
Thank you, Masna ji.
Yes, sir.
Masna ji, how is Singh sir?
Sir, he is good.
He's good. Actually, he's my guru too.
Oh,
Just say him my namaste.
okay, sir. I convey.
My name is Ravi Kumar. He knows. He's my senior.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, please. So, how many papers you have published till now?
Sir, I have already published a paper in biomedical science.
Okay, good.
Having impact factor 5.2, a reversible data hiding technique using medical data.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, all the best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now I'd like to call upon presenter paper ID 64, paper name Blue Light Emission Affecting the E-Learners, Dr. Akansha Singh. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Please share your screen. You're going to get 6 minutes for your presentation.
First, she should exit her screen, I guess.
Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. You may start your presentation.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My topic is basically I have taken the e-learners. Basically, it was referred. This study was done into Lucknow, and three coachings were selected for it. So this is basically what were affecting them and how it was impacting their health. Because basically, I am from public health, so we were looking at the aspects like how it was affecting their health and the sleep quality of the individuals. So moving on to the introduction, e-learning has been defined as an educational method that facilitates learning. So we have seen that e-learning came into fashion most of the time during the COVID duration. So after that, e-learning was focused more and students were more comfortable in e-learning rather than the classroom teaching. So that was the reason I took this topic, because nowadays we see, and even a global report which was given by Digital 2021. It was given on 26th January 2022. In that, the total average of the users now spend almost 7 hours per day using the internet across the devices. It was like more than 48 hours per week, because apart from their study material, also for entertainment purpose, also they were exploring through the social medias and all other stuff. So they were again getting in contact with the blue light emitting devices like the smartphones, laptops, and all those devices. So a report was given by UNESCO also that confirms that most of the students in the university and college have several adverse consequences on the students, such as the interrupted learning, which results into the students and youth being deprived of the opportunities for growth and development. So ultimately, what this study is going was predicted that it is like the students are getting effective not only on the basis of the opportunity, but also their lifestyle was also getting effective. Though it was good for them, but in some reasons it was even affecting their health also. So the objective of this study was to identify the exposure using blue light emitting electronic devices, smartphones, laptop screens, etc., by the e-learners to determine the factors affecting the sleep quality through the Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index scale. So the research method was basically, the study type was qualitative cross-sectional study. This study was conducted for a duration of 3 months, that was from April to June 2023. The study area was Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, and 3 online libraries were considered. Those were located in the prime location, and that was the reason they were selected, because most of the students were approaching that, and they had a brand name also over there. So these were the three libraries were there. There was a race library, scholar library, and climate library. So the number of the respondents which are selected, it was calculated on the base of the prevalence that was given by Jenny et al. So the total sample size was calculated. Sample size was 349. So this is the distribution, like how the we selected the students, because Students, there was some inclusion and exclusion criteria also. Students who were preparing for the competitive exams were selected. And the exclusion criteria was the 10th and 12th students were excluded, because in coachings we will find that from 10th onwards, students start for the competitive exams. And one thing more was excluded according to the PSQI scale, that there are 5 additional points which were ignored from them, because we were actually trying to monitor their lifestyle and the sleeping pattern. So it is a set scale. Uh, this is the scale. It has actually 19 self-reported items that belong to the categories, that is like sleep quality, sleep latency, sleep duration, habitual sleep, efficiency, disturbance, use of sleeping medication, and daytime dysfunctioning. So these there are additional 5 parameters that includes their roommate, whether the roommate is doing some activities, because of that is also affecting their sleep cycle. So now coming to the result, when we look at the socio-demographic profile, it was seen that most of the students who were interviewed and the e-learners were found from 23 to 27 age group, and most of them were male, and many of them were 55.87% were from the rural area. And when we talk about the marital status, 67.62% were unmarried, and most of them were 42.1% were undergraduate, and their family income ranged between 4 to 7 lakh rupees. Now coming to the mode of learning, so it was found that out of all the mode of learning, smartphone was the most frequently device which was used by them. And the main concern reason out of was that it was easily accessible to everyone, and they could read their study material anytime as per their flexibility. So now health issues, which was the main thing what the e-learners were facing, it was like the watery eyes. Watery, many of them like 62.46% were facing these issues, and itchiness in eyes was 56.7%, constant headache was 52.72%, drowsiness during the daytime was 6.89%, and difficulty in falling asleep was 42.41%. Here we were seeing that more were responding that they don't have any problem in sleeping, while it was this reason came out because most of them were very comfortable sleeping for 4 to 5 hours. They didn't have a concept of sleeping from 6 to 7 hours. They are comfortable and they were not facing any issues due to that. Now, as we have applied the chi-square test, it was seen that there was no association, there was no significant association between the education and the screen time spent by the e-learner. And it was also seen that hours of actual sleep of time had no issues with there was no association again with the bedtime. The conclusion here is like majority 65.69% of the e-learners spent more than 6 hours on daily basis, and it was convenient and accessible for them to study as per their needs, as it has helped the students for flexible environment. Thus, maximum 43.26% of the e-learners were preferring smartphones to access their diverse course content. It was increasing their potential and were able to learn multiple things at the time. And the major health issues which was faced by them, it was like they were having back, and the one of the main reason came out that it was the neck and the back pain what they were facing due to continuously using of it, and even there were numbness in their hands while continuously they were having that mobile phones into their hand. Thank you. These are some of the references of the studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaji. So, do you find any solution for this one?
Sir, actually the students are not very aware. As I told and discussed also, people are comfortable. If they sleep around 3 o'clock, it is very good for them. It is convenient for them that they can get at 8 o'clock. So the sleep cycle has reduced in nowadays generation. They find it convenient. So like we need to correct that, and we need to tell them to take a proper sleep and don't get distracted towards it. So there should be some solutions, like they should develop a habit of not keeping the mobile during the night. So some initiative awareness steps should be taken by the individuals who are e-learning in the process involved.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Concluding the session, I'd like to thank the presenters for their contributions. I'd like to extend my gratitude towards Dr. Ravi Kumar for his valuable time towards guiding us in this session. Thank you, sir. Would you care to join us in F3 seminar hall?
Thank you. Just call one more time if that 21 is available. Paper number 21.
Paper ID 21. Are you there?
Okay. Thank you.
Can we leave the meeting now?
Yes, you may leave the meeting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For the past few weeks, I was for me, right?
No, you can leave the meeting. Meeting is over.
साउंड नहीं है दोबारा अब आएगी
Am I audible? Audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Now we are beginning with conversation 11. Level 1. Avinash K. Srivastava, our chairperson, Dr. Srivastava is currently working in capacity of Associate Professor at International Management Institute, Kolkata, West Bengal, in the Department of Operations Management and Quantitative Technique. He obtained his PhD in Operational Research from University of Delhi. He has presented paper at conferences of international repute and has also won allocates for best paper presentation in international conferences. He has been publishing extensively in high indexed international journals. Now we begin with presentations. Paper ID 154, Inventory and Pricing Decision for Sustainable Closed Loop Supply Chain. Amrina Corso. Amrina Corso? She's not here. It's offline, sir. Paper ID 171, Shikha Toma. The topic is integrating technology acceptance model with innovation diffusion theory and empirical investigation on consumer intention to adopt refurbished smartphones.
So my name is Shikha Tomar and today I am going to present the paper titled Integrating Technology Acceptance Model with Innovation Diffusion Theory. An empirical investigation on customers' intentions to adopt refurbished smartphones. Okay, so smartphones have become an integral part of modern life that meet the demands of the modern world, supporting productivity, connectivity, and convenience for users. Now, it was estimated in the year 2022 that there were around 6.42 billion smartphone users worldwide, and this number is expected to increase by 7.74 billion in the year 2028. Now, as the demand for the smartphones is increasing at a constant rate, so this is posing a threatening challenge for the environment because smartphones are short life cycle products which are often replaced by the customers within a short span of time, due to which excessive amount of electronic waste is produced every year, which is causing detrimental impacts on the environment. Now, in order to mitigate these effects, various sustainable practices are now being implemented, and one such practice which has gained popularity in the recent years is the process of refurbishment. Refurbishment or refurbishing is the process that in which the item is repaired, renovated, or restored to a condition that resembles its original state. And in the context of electronic products like the smartphones and laptops, it is a process of inspecting, renovating, and testing to ensure that the item meet all the quality standards before making it available for resale. Now, the adoption of refurbished smartphones by the customers is crucial due to several reasons. Firstly, it is cost effective. because refurbished smartphones are priced significantly lesser than the original smartphones. And the process of refurbishment also helps in maintaining environment sustainability, and it also reduces the amount of electronic waste that is produced. Now, the process of refurbishment extends the lifespan of the already used products. So, it also helps in minimizing the resource consumption levels because it reduces the need for the raw materials and the energy needed. And therefore, it can be said that the process of refurbishment helps in minimizing the overall waste generation and the resource consumption levels, which will ultimately help in the conservation of environment and resources. So there is an urgent need to make the customers or the smartphone users aware about the process of refurbishment and the refurbished products, and we should also convince them for using the same. Now, this paper utilizes an integrated framework of technology acceptance model and innovation diffusion theory to understand the behavioral intentions of the customers to adopt refurbished smartphones. So, technology acceptance model was given by Fred Davis in 1989, and it is basically a psychological theory which the researchers uses to predict and understand the acceptance and adoption of new information technology or systems by the customers. And there are two critical determinants of TAM, which are perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use. Next, we have innovation diffusion theory, which was proposed by Everett Rogers in 1962. And it is a theory which explains how the new ideas, innovations, or products they spread within a society. And there are 5 important elements of TAM, which are relative advantage, compatibility, complexity, trialability, and observability. So we can say that both TAM and IDT, they offer a comprehensive framework for studying and promoting the adoption of refurbished smartphones. Now, the main objectives of this paper are to study the effect of elements of IDT on the elements of TAM to better understand the behavioral intentions of customers while buying refurbished smartphones. Second objective is to understand the behavioral intentions of customers towards using refurbished smartphones. And third objective is to study the moderating of effect of warranty on customers' behavioral intentions for using the refurbished smartphones. Now, this is a modeling framework for this paper. So here, the combination of TAM and IDT was utilized to understand the purchase and usage intentions of refurbished smartphones by the customers. And this data was collected by circulating a questionnaire which was constructed based on 38 items from literature through Google Forms. The effect of the elements of IDT on the elements of TAM was studied here in order to understand the intentions of the customers. And the collected data was then generalized and analyzed using the smart PLS algorithm, which is the partial least square structural equation modeling. Okay, so the proposed model was then measured by assessing its reliability and validity. So the reliability assessment was done to ensure the accuracy and robustness of the proposed model. Here, individual item reliability was analyzed through the values of outer loadings, and the construct reliability was analyzed using Cronbert-Sulfine composite reliability. And the validity assessment, as you can see in the table 1, that the values of outer loadings, Cronbert-Sulfine, composite reliability are all greater than 0.7. So we can conclude that the proposed model here is reliable. And the validity assessment was done to determine how well the data fits together or how accurately the methods measure what they were intended to measure. Here, convergent validity was assessed using the values of outer loadings as well as average variance extracted, and discriminant validity was analyzed using Fornell-Acker criterion. So table 2 displays the results for discriminant validity, which was measured using Fornell-Acker criterion. And according to this criterion, the square root of the average variance extracted for each latent variable, it should be higher than the correlation of that variable with all other variables. So after assessing the reliability and validity for the proposed model, we test the significance of the path model. Here the hypotheses were tested at 5% significance level, which means that if the p-value is less than 0.05, then the path is significant and hypothesis is supported. But if the p-value is greater than 0.05, then it means that the hypothesis is insignificant and the path is insignificant and hypothesis is rejected. Now, table 3 displays the results for the structural model. So here we can see that majority of the hypotheses are supported and only few hypotheses are not supported. So, according to the table, the 12 hypotheses were selected, were supported, and 3 hypotheses were not supported. And the hypotheses which were not supported were the which describe the relationship from relative advantage to perceived usefulness, triability to the effect of triability on perceived ease of use, and the effect of perceived ease of use and attitude were found to be insignificant and negative, and the moderating effect of warranty was found to be significant on the behavioral intentions of the customers to purchase refurbished smartphones. So we can conclude by saying that the process of refurbishment plays a vital role in reducing the environmental impact of electronic devices, especially the smartphones, by promoting reuse, resource conservation, and energy efficiency. It represents a proactive approach for addressing the environmental challenges and building a sustainable future. In this regard, this study attempted to explore and understand the behavioral intentions for using refurbished smartphones from customers' perspectives. Thank you.
So you can ask questions if you want.
Okay. Shikha, thank you for the nice presentation. I was just looking at your presentation, and then can you go back to the 3 objectives?
Objectives?
Yeah, you mentioned 3 objectives.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So look at the objective number 1 and objective number 2. So objective number 1 is about buying, and objective number 2 is about using.
Yes, sir.
So how you differentiate these two with respect to your research questions? Because I believe you must have made research questions to accomplish your objective number 1, 2, and 3. So how do we differentiate these 2 objectives, 1 and 2?
So basically, we have studied here how the customers they adopt refurbished smartphones. So for adopting, firstly we have to buy the product, and then it is not necessary that after buying we are using the product also.
So do we have any percentage that people are buying and then they are not using? Because I believe if someone is using a refurbished product, they'll be using it. Otherwise, what is the sense of buying it?
So as of now.
So this is one.
Okay, sir.
Then you mentioned about 12 hypotheses, right? Yes. I didn't see those 12 hypotheses in your presentation.
Sir, in this table, as you can see, we have the signal.
You have only, so you have written H1A, H1B, H1C, but I don't know what exactly they talk about.
It's
so
yes,
ideally you should mention.
Okay, sir.
Ideally you should mention that what is your hypothesis. Question number 3, you have mentioned that some of the hypotheses are supported and some are not supported, right?
Yes, sir.
So what did you do with the hypotheses which were not supported?
Sir, I will study on this.
Okay. And the last part, you talked about sample size, right?
Yes, sir.
So what is your sample size?
Sir, 820 was my sample size.
So is there any basis of taking 820, or did you only take by intention, means by your own choice?
Sir, by choice. Sir, but I circulated the questionnaire through Google Form. So I around.
I understand. The only thing is usually what happens is supposedly there are say 5 questions in my questionnaire, and there are say 4 variables involved in a questionnaire. So for each variable, we must have at least 15 responses to say the KMO test, the Kaiser-Meyer test qualifies. So we cannot only rely upon say those tests what you have mentioned. So there is another test called as KMO test. So do check if the KMO test is satisfied for your research.
Okay, sir.
Right? Rest everything looks fine. All the very best to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shweta, for your
Shikha. Yeah. Thank you, Shikha, for your presentation. Now I would like to call paper ID 172, Shweta Yadav. Our topic is multi-criteria based ranking of mobile payment apps using sentiment score of fuzzy online reviews under institutionalistic fuzzy framework.
Good evening, everyone. My name is
6 minutes for presentation, 4 minutes for Q&A.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shweta Yadav. I am presenting my paper on title Multi-Criteria Based Ranking of Mobile Payment App Using Sentiment Score of Online Reviews under Enthusiastic Fuzzy Framework. In this paper, we have taken the review.
Shweta, can you please put this in a presentation mode? Put this in the presentation mode, please. Yeah, thank you.
So my paper title is Multi-Criteria Based Ranking of Mobile Payments Apps Using Sentiment Score of Online Reviews under Enthusiastic Fuzzy Framework. In this paper, I have taken the online reviews of 5 mobile payments apps like PhonePe, Paytm, Google Pay, BhimPay, and BharatPay. So, online customer reviews is a data contains information about consumptions of services which affect the decision of towards using of service apps. Institutic for GAHP. In this technique, we have using the institutic for GAHP for calculating the importance of attributes of topics of mobile payment service apps. And Vidcure sentiment analyzer is a Python technique used for applying the sentiment score of review with the concern of attributes. For determining the rank of these 5 apps, we have using the IF Topsis model, which work on the basis of including distance method. For checking the similarity of our conceptual model with the other conceptual model, we have used the Wilkinson sign rank test. The main objective of my paper is identify the key attributes for uses of mobile payment apps in India. And second objective is to develop an integrated model of online customer reviews and multi-criteria decision-making techniques. And third, for understanding the mobile payment uses experiences and adopt the optimal one on the basis of ranking. This is the research framework of my paper. First of all, I have crawl the data from the mobile and Google Play stores for 5 apps, then pre-processing that data. Pre-processing means removing the missing values, numbers, double spacing, language, text, emojis, or convert all the text reviews in the lower case. Then we apply the LDA, a topic modeling technique for calculating the topics of the sentiment topics for the sentiment analysis. Here in this paper, I have calculating the 8 attributes, and after that we applying the sentiment analysis score, which are divided into three parts. First of all, positive score, negative score, and third is the neutral score. Then we apply for ranking these mobile payments app, we using the MCDM technique. First of all, we develop the IF intrinsic matrix. Then we calculate the weights by using the IFAHP. Then we apply the IF Topsin method for ranking that alternatives and we find the best one mobile payment app for making the payments or using that app. This is my case study. We have taken the 3,70,051 reviews of 5 mobile payment apps in India.
These data contains, we have taken the 5 fields, that username, review text, review rating, and thumbs up and review date. Then we extract the topic words by using the LDA topic modeling. These are the 8 attributes like perceived usefulness, technical services, app features, login and update, user interface, convenience, customer care services, and performance safety are the main features we were extracted from the LDA. These attributes are those attributes which our customer are concerned before using the mobile payments apps. We have taken the 5 mobile payments apps like PhonePe, Paytm, Google Pay, Bharat Pay, and Bheem app. And these are the weights we have calculating by using the intuitive fuzzy AHP. We have taken the intuitive fuzzy AHP because AHP it's remove the vagueness and ambiguity of the data. And according to the result of IFAHP, the most important features of mobile payments are performance and safety, which were customers are more concerned about before using that apps or adopting that mobile payments app for making payments. And after that, this is the my decision matrix, intuitive fuzzy decision matrix. We have divided into 3 parts. First of all, first number denoted the positive sentiment score. Second is denoted the negative sentiment score, and ending number is denoted the neutral sentiment score. Of these 5 apps, with the concern of 8 attributes. And these are the distance, level, best, and worth intuitive fuzzy topsis model, where we calculating the minimum. In this model, we have to minimizing the ideal best and maximizing the ideal worst distance of the sentiment scores from distance with the for getting the optimal performance score. By using that performance score, we have ranking that apps. From that ranking, we have to analyze that S4 is the best ranking, best app for using the by concerning that 8 attributes, and S2 is the second, and S1 is the third, and S3 is the last for adopting the that with the concern of that attributes. And this is the comparative analysis of the above proposed model and Google Play Store rating. In Google Play Store rating, S1 is the most rating app. In our proposed model, S1 is the rating app, and followed by the S3, and in our model it is followed by the S2, but the estimation is approximately the same. And this is the sentiment analysis results of our model. In sentiment analysis, we have to validate changing the weights of all the attributes and checking that what the effect on the rating apps of rating ranking on the ranking of the mobile payments apps. And this is the sentiment analysis score of IF record technique, and this is the sentiment score of IF Mura technique. On the basis of our result of IF topsis, the most important attributes for the customer are performance and safety, followed by the convenience, and then the convenience, which means how easily to use the apps, followed by the perceived usefulness, define the degree of individual on that technology, and so on. On the basis of IF topsis score, I have to say that S4 is the best ranking. S4 is the best payment app as compared to all the fours. And this is the rating scores our. And research implication, this study using the test mining approach for identifying the attributes of a mobile payment service app. It contributes on the research for utilizing the intuitive fuzzy set to model the uncertainty and ambiguity of consumer usage experience. Through this research, service provider can ensure the usability and reliability of payment platform to continue the usage process. The performance and safety is a major concern in consumers so service provider can build or upgrade the platform which customer provide information and money in secure and highly effective environment. In addition, this research gives the idea to service provider about the how these apps working with the concern of different attributes. Thank you.
Hi, Shweta. Thank you for your presentation. So we will begin with again the same objective part of yours. So can you go back to the objective part?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
Yeah. So in this objective, you have mentioned the first thing is identify the key attributes.
Yes, sir.
So the question is, how do you identify those attributes?
By applying the LDA topics, the top of the ranking order, top of the relative importance. Like these eight attributes we have to calculate it.
So, okay. So did you do any literature review for the
Yes,
same?
sir. Yes, sir. I have gone
So
through.
if we have done the literature review, you will
Yes.
find multiple papers in the same dimensions
Yes,
where
sir.
they have also found the same attributes. So how do we say your research work has some novelty
Yes,
in
sir.
in regard to the other published papers, because the papers are already published?
Yes, sir. Actually, more in I go through the reviews. Nobody taking the mobile payment apps, and nobody applying these intuitive fuzzy models, MCDM techniques, to calculating the rank of the models. This is the newness of my paper.
Okay, because I have multiple other papers which have already applied the integration method where they have applied two or more than two MCDM techniques to find the best app.
But nobody apply this intuitive fuzzy option with the
Okay.
combination of AHP
Okay.
and on the mobile payments apps.
Okay. ठीक है. So second thing is means I just a correction. So the name you are taking, this is IF. This is intuitionistic.
Fuzzy, yes, sir.
This is intuitionistic.
Yes, sir. Intuitionistic fuzzy.
This is yeah. So it is a tongue twister, but then we have to spell it right. It is intuitionistic, right? And the third thing you mentioned about sentiment, it is not sentiment, it is sensitivity analysis, right? So we have to be very careful about what we are saying. I understand maybe this is your first presentation.
Okay, sir.
Is this your first presentation?
Yeah, this is my
Yeah,
first.
so because your guide was also my guide, Anu ma'am was also my guide, and then it was year 2010 when I appeared for the first conference presentation. So I was behaving like the same. See, there is no hurry. There is no hurry. We have to present carefully that what we are speaking about. Then you have mentioned about this IF approach. This is intuitionistic approach.
Yes, sir.
So why did you choose AHP along with TOPSIS? Because in some of the slides I could see Viker. You have mentioned Viker as well.
Yes, sir.
So how do you decide AHP is good or Viker is good fit for your research?
Sir, AHP is used for calculating the attributes weights, and TOPS is for calculating the ranking.
Okay, so can you go back to the last slide, where you made the comparison of the two Google reviews and your yeah. So firstly, one suggestion, because these red lines and see the yellow or green, they don't have anything written in the below, right? So we need to mention what they meant by. So which one is Paytm, which one is Bharat Pay, which one is Phone Pay? I don't know. So because I'm sitting here, I need to check. So it is better to write S1 as what is S1.
Okay, sir.
What is S2? What is S3, right?
Okay.
And the final question would be, you have already mentioned that there is a difference between the ratings given by the Google and your proposed work.
Yes, sir.
So what now? So what is the inference we are getting by comparing these two Google reviews and the proposed method? What is the benefit of this comparison?
Okay, sir. Actually, we have to. I have to see that the ratings are almost same.
No.
As we compare with the S1 and S2, there is
So
a
looking at the results, rating doesn't seems to be same. They are different. So the question is, while you will write the paper, because obviously you will write the paper. So when you will write the paper, please do mention what is the benefit of this comparison.
Okay, sir.
Right?
Sure, sir.
And all the very best to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shweta, for your presentation. Now, I would like to call paper ID 173, Sanchita Agarwal. How reviewer, and hotel features impact e-learning helpfulness. You'll get 6 minutes for presentation and 4 minutes for Q&A.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Sanchita Agarwal, and today I'm going to present my research with the title How Reviewer, and Hotel Features Impact EWOM Helpfulness. So, for the very starting, I would like to what EWOM is exactly. EWOM stands for Electronic Word of Mouth, which is basically the feedback given by the customers on the online platforms in the forms of reviews or the ratings or other images or videos, etc. So the basic objective of my research is how which review, hotel, and reviewer characteristics impact EWOM helpfulness and in what way. And the last objective is to check the predictive efficiency of my proposed models. So this is my research methodology. Basically, we have taken 5 review characteristics, one of the hotel characteristics and 2 reviewer characteristics, and we will see how they impact the helpfulness of EWOM. The data we have used is a pre-crawl data set taken from TripAdvisor.com, which is one of the biggest and the most popular OTA websites. So my data set was in 2 CSV files. One of the files was review-related files, which contained reviews pertaining to hotel, restaurants, and attractions, all of them. And one was a reviewer file, which contained the data of reviewers who have given reviews related to hotel, restaurants, and attractions. So out of these, for my research, I have used reviews and reviewers related to hotel industry. So with respect to each review, I have taken the data fields username, that is a date of review written, the text of review, rating, and the helpfulness votes. And with respect to each reviewer, we have selected the fields username, their badge, and the total number of helpful votes which a reviewer has obtained. So after all the selection, the data set finalized for my research was 16,700 hotel reviews written by approximately 1,100 reviewers. These are the variables I have used. First of all, my dependent variable is review helpfulness. This is basically the vote or the rating which each reviewer provides to a particular hotel. Total count of votes obtained by an EWOM. Then we have length of the review, subjectivity. Length is measured in the number of characters written in an EWOM. Then subjectivity, then polarity. Polarity basically means how positive or negative a review is. Then we have readability, that means the ease of reading a review. Then we have recency, which basically represents the age of review. Then we have hotel rating, that is the rating given by reviewers to a particular hotel. Then we have reviewer badge. which the OTA websites, that is online travel agency websites, provide to a reviewer. In our case, the reviewer badge are provided by TripAdvisor. These badges are given depending on the quality of contribution of the reviewer, their experience, and the number of reviews, or how helpful other potential customers are finding their contributions. And last is the reviewer helpfulness. It represents the total number of votes obtained by a particular reviewer on all the reviews written by them. So out of these parameters, the review helpfulness is taken directly from our dataset. Length, subjectivity, polarity, readability, we have used Python programming to calculate these variables. Then recency is calculated using basic MS Excel formulas. Then rating, badge, and helpfulness, we have again taken directly from the dataset. And then we have developed these 8 hypotheses. Now, some of these hypotheses are proposed to positively impact the helpfulness, and some of these are proposed to negatively impact the even helpfulness. So then we have created 3 research models based on these hypotheses. In the first model, we are basically using all the review parameters, and we'll see how they impact the helpfulness of EVAM. In the second model, we have added hotel parameter, that is hotel rating, to the review parameters. And in the third model, we have added the reviewer parameters to model 2. So this is the basically descriptive statistics of my data set. Before moving on to the regression analysis or the econometric modeling, we have checked our data set for multicollinearity, and we observed that our data was free of any multicollinearity. Then these are my econometric model results, and we can see that all of our models are providing satisfactory accuracy. So next step, what we did was we did a predictive modeling to basically check for predictive efficiency of our proposed models. So due to now our dependent variable, that is review helpfulness, is a continuous variable. So what we did to make it into a binary variable, we took a mean value of the helpfulness score, and then we divided our EVOMs into helpful and non-helpful based on the mean value. So all the reviews who had helpfulness score above the mean value were categorized as helpful EVOM, and all the rest of the EVOMs were categorized into non-helpful EVOMs. And we used a number of classification techniques to build review helpfulness models, predictive models, and we have validated our models using 10-fold cross-validation technique. So this is the result of all of my techniques used, and from this result we can see that the accuracy percentage is increasing for accuracy percentage is increasing for model 2 from model 1, and for model 3 from model 2, which shows that when we add a variable, our model is improving. So to conclude, we can see that our econometric results show that we report a positive significant impact of length, subjectivity, and readability on EVOM helpfulness. That means an EVOM is found to be helpful if it is lengthy and subjective and easy to read. Further, we report a negative significant impact of polarity and recency on the helpfulness. That means the more negative or positive a review is, it is not found to be that much helpful. Further, an older review is again not found to be of much help. And next, we report a positive significant impact of hotel rating, reviewer badge, and reviewer helpfulness. That means a hotel with a higher rating, the reviews written for a hotel with higher rating are found to be generally more helpful. Further, the reviews written by a
renowned contributor in the community, which has obtained higher badges and who has obtained much more helpfulness votes, is considered to be more helpful. And on the basis of our predictive modeling, we can see that out of our all of the 5 classifiers, ANN is providing the best results in our case, and that is it. These are some of the references we have used in our research, and that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sanchita, for your nice presentation. And we will again go back to the first, I think, the slide which was having objectives. Yeah. So, just a curious question. So, you have written RQ, that is a research question.
G. Yes, sir.
Right. So, where is your objective? If all these are research questions, where are your objectives? Because what we say is research questions follows the objective. That means there is a flow diagram where you will have the problem statement, then the objective, and to meet those objectives, we need to create those research questions, and those research questions will have some variables. So in that research design, I couldn't see your objectives here. So something is missing. Either the objectives are missing or either the research questions are missing. So which one is missing according to you?
Sir, I guess I just used objective and research questions interchangeably.
But then we cannot. Research design, when we study the research design, it says we need to explicitly state that what all are my objectives. And for a research paper, maybe a research article, we may have 2 or 3 objectives. And to meet those 2 and 3 objectives, we may generate 10, 15, 5, 6, whatever research questions we may need. So I'm not really sure about what are your research questions and what is your objective. This is one. Then you mentioned that you were applying a multiple regression. Yes?
Multiple regression?
Did you apply a multiple regression technique here in this paper or not?
Sir, I applied stepwise regression technique.
Okay. So I must tell you here that you have applied multiple regression here. So while you have applied a multiple regression, did you check all those assumptions of multiple regression in the data before you apply, before you develop the model? Why I'm asking, say, obviously you are going to publish this paper somewhere. So the reviewer will be asking that where are those assumptions? And did you check those assumptions are meeting, they hold true or not? My next question would be, as you mentioned, that means go back to the variables used. So here, if I am a layman, I'm taking dependent variable as a total count. It is a number. So I need to compare apple by apple, banana by banana. So that means if left hand side is a number, right hand side has to be a number.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you check your independent variables, those independent variables are not numbers. Say, for example, you have in the ratings hotel, you have mentioned ratings. So ratings are not numbers. So either way, that means that we need to normalize the data. I don't know if you have normalized or not, but then there is a problem with this model.
Sir, I have normalized the data.
But then you didn't mention that.
Okay, sir.
So you have to mention, because otherwise, how a reviewer, a layman or a person or a reader who is going to read your paper will be understanding that, right? And you also in your results section you mentioned about your go back to your results section. Results. Yeah. So while you are presenting the results, you didn't mention about what was your alpha and how did you arrive at which alpha suffice your need. Will it be 95%? That means 5% level. Will it be 1%? Will it be 10%? Because depending on different type of research, we may have different alphas. So which is your alpha? Which is your benchmark criteria? Because you have mentioned in the note that triple asterisk and then p less than 0.001, but I'm not sure what was your alpha for this research, because in some cases I can see the alphas are meeting the criteria, but in some cases they are not. So what happened to those cases where they are not meeting the criteria? So if p is less than alpha, then what? If not less than alpha, then what? So in this table means you need to elaborate these results. What happened to all those cases where they are meeting the criteria and where they are not meeting the criteria, right? So that's perfectly fine to create hypothesis, but then we have to elaborate the details. So this is why in every research paper, when you send it to a journal, they will ask you that what is your conclusion? How do you analyze? What is your practical implication of hypothesis being satisfied or not satisfied? Right? So please keep this in mind. You may use these feedback maybe in your research paper. Rest everything was looking fine. Please work upon the model, and all the very best to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sanchita. Now I would like to call Rowdy 177, Atul Singh. Get 6 minutes for presentation and 4 minutes for Q&A. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. I am Atul Singh. I am presenting my presentation on stochastic differentiation based software reliability growth model incorporating impact of software application characteristics. Software reliability, which is utilized to evaluate and forecast the performance of software system, progresses through the testing status and the schedule status, and estimate the change in the reliability performance, which is based on the observed failures. Then now in the competitive worlds, more highly complex softwares are developing to fulfill the highly technology. So highly complex softwares are very difficult to test and debugging, making them more prone to the failure and execution during operations. So in highly uncertain software systems, there are high fault detection rate. Detection rate is very large, and the debugging is very slow. So in highly uncertain testing conditions, to meet, we propose the stochastic differential equation based software reliability growth model, which incorporating the impact of software application characteristics. The SD based model that incorporate the random fluctuations or noise in the software system. It describes how model account in the software development progress over time in presence of random fluctuations or the noise in the system. Here the notation for the proposed model, we have Ft, number of faults detected during the testing time T, and expected F of T, which represent the expected number of faults detected during the testing phase in the time interval 0 to T. A represent the total initial fault detected, fault content. B represent the fault detection rate, and alpha T standard Gaussian white noise, and where R represent the external factors in the entire process, and epsilon represent the magnitude of irregular fluctuations. And the assumption for the SD based SRGM, the software fault detection process is modeled as a stochastic process with a continuous state space. Mainly the FDP, which is modeled based on the stochastic process with a continuous state, and the number of faults remaining in the software gradually decreases as the testing procedure goes on, and the software is subject to the failure during execution caused by the fault remaining in the software.
and during the fault isolation or removal, there is no new fault is introduced and the faults are debugged. So several SRGM are based on the assumption of NSPP, non-homogeneous poison process, which is basically non-homogeneous poison process, which described to analyze the way the things happens over the time, where the rate of happening change over the time. And to describe the stochastic behavior of fault detection process, we use a stochastic model with a continuous state space. This is defined by equation number 1, where f of t represent the total fault detection and rt external factors, where a represent the total fault cause and the epsilon represent the standard epsilon represent the irregular fluctuation magnitude, and alpha t is a standard Gaussian white noise process. So by using the SD ITO type SD, we solve this differential equation first. We get into two parts, where first part determine the deterministic part and the second part shows the stochastic process, because when we apply the ITO type based SD on a stochastic process, we get two parts, deterministic part and the stochastic part. The first one part represent the deterministic part and the second part of the differential equation represent the stochastic part, where omega t is a one-dimensional Werner process with the following conditions, such that Werner process at initial stage at time t0 is 0 with certainty, and expectation of Werner process wt equal to 0, and the ITO equation second is solved by using the initial condition f0. At the initial condition f0 equal to 0, we get the equation f of t. Equation number 3. Now we propose our model based on the three different values for the Rx, where Rx represent the external factor and Bx which represent the fault detection rate. So in the case first, we assume that Rx equal to R, which is constant, or Bx equal to B, which is also constant. In case 2, we take Rx as a linear function and Bx remains constant. In the case 3, we assume Rx equal to constant and Bx equal to a non-linear function. And case 4, we take Rx as a linear function and Bx as a non-linear function. So the using the initial conditions, we solve the equation number 3. We get the three models. We get three models. Model 1 for the case 1. For the case 1, when Rx and Bx both are constant, and case 2 for Rx linear and the Bx constant. Case 3 for Rx constant and the Bx non-linear, and the fourth case for the Rx remains Rx is a linear function and Bx is a non-linear function. And then taking expectations, we get these expectations on the model 1, 2, 3 and 4. Here is the parameter estimation based. As we have our parameter estimation, we estimate the parameter which best fit our data. So we apply the method of least square, but we have a non-linear regression model, so it is very difficult to solve technically. So we use with the help of SPSS, we solve the method of least we apply the method of least square and estimate the parameter of estimation. We have model 1, 2, 3 and 4 with parameter A, which represent the number of faults, initial faults, B, R and epsilon for the different models. This, and then we have a goodness of fit, which represents the which measures the proportion of variation in the dependent variable based on the independent variable, which is determined by the R square, which is equal to 1 minus residual sum of square divided by corrected sum of square. The range of coefficient of determination lies between 0 to 1. Our model is best fit as R square is tends to 1. So for model 1, we have R square 0.986. For model 2, we have 0.939. For model 3, we have 0.978. For model 4, we have 0.916. Thank you.
So you can ask questions.
So Atul,
Yes, sir.
Nice presentation. Thank you for this.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so thank you for your nice presentation. Means I was just wondering, go back to the title slide, please.
This one, sir.
Title slide. Title. Yeah. So
Yes, sir.
here you have mentioned incorporating the impact of software application characteristics.
Yes, sir.
So which parameter you have used in your model to showcase that software application characteristics?
So we used Rx as an external factor.
But then if you have kept that, then you took that Rx equal to constant.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned about 4 models.
Yes, sir.
In 2 of the models, you kept your Rx as constant. That means they don't have any contribution. Case number 1 and case number 3.
Yes, sir.
You have kept your Rx equal to R.
Yes, sir.
So if we are keeping Rx equal to R, that means there is no contribution of that characteristics. So that means virtually there is no presence of that characteristics.
So actually we are applying SD based on the irregular fluctuations. So we take Rx and Bx through different where fault detection fault detection.
That I know, but the question is when we are mentioning the title that it is about the software characteristics and we are keeping it constant, what is the meaning? Second,
okay, sir.
Secondly, go back to the notation part of it, please.
Yes, sir.
So in the notation, you have mentioned Ft equal to the number of fault. Do you think it is number or something different?
So I think number of faults detected during testing time T.
No, this is, you please go back and then check. It is not the number, right?
Okay, sir, I will go.
Ft has to be a cumulative number. Ft is a CDF.
Okay, sir, total number of faults.
Cumulative, yeah. So you have to use the word cumulative. CDF
Yes,
is a cumulative distribution function.
जी, बिल्कुल.
Right?
Yes.
Then scroll, to the next slide, please. To the next, In the assumptions, look at the second assumption.
Yes, sir.
In the second assumption, you have mentioned that the number of fault remaining in the software system gradually decrease.
Yes, sir.
But then when you develop that model doesn't talk about the decrement of the faults over the time. Look at the model. That model doesn't talk about the decrement of the number of faults. So there is a problem with assumption 2. So go back and please correct that.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Assumption number 2 needs correction.
Okay, sir.
Then go back to the next part, the cases, where you mentioned the cases.
Yes, sir.
Rx and Bx.
Yes, sir.
So in this one, if you look at the case number 3 and case number 4, I believe the function Bx has an error. It should be Bt by 1 plus B square T. It should be Bt by 1 plus B square T. It cannot be 1 plus Bt.
Bt by 1 plus B square T.
B square T, because
by 1 plus Bt.
No, if it is Bt by 1 plus Bt, then probably it will be not solvable. So you can please go and verify. It has to be Bt by 1 plus B square T. It is to be a logistic model. It is one of the form of the logistic model where we are mentioning that. So this Bt upon 1 plus Bt is nothing. So that means you have to now go back, verify those cases, why we are taking those Rx equal to, can we justify Rx equal to R in the case number 1 and 3, and in the case number 3 and 4, the Bx function, right? And about the last part, so in the result section, you mentioned about the R square value.
Yes, sir.
So in the R square value, I could see model number 1 and model number 3, still they are fine. But model number 2 and model number 4, they doesn't fit so well. It is 0.94 and 0.91. Ideally, when we do this estimation through SPSS, the result should go beyond 98. That means 98% of goodness of fit.
Yes, sir.
Anything below this, probably it is a questionable. So when you'll be trying to publish the paper in a journal, they'll be raising a question. So you have to work upon. So we have to choose. Maybe there's a problem with the data, or maybe there is a problem with the model. So you have to rectify those errors before you try to send it to a journal.
Yes, sir. Furthermore, I am working on this.
Yeah. So you may please work upon that. Rest everything looks good. It was nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arun. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time and your valuable views. Now we'll end the session. Hello, sir. Am I audible to you?
Yeah, you're audible. Means I believe there are another two presentations left. Two, 6 and 7.
No, sir. All of the participants are who are participating in this offline. None of them are online.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
So,
So is this done? Means are we good to go?
yes, sir. I'm calling seniors for that.
तो इसको खत्म कर दो ना
Acha. Sir, thank you so very much for your valuable suggestions to the research scholar. Now we are actually closing the session.
Thank you. Thank you, Priyanka ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
हाँ ये बंद कर दो
बना देना सर